work. And now for 28 years, I've been serving various capacities on the area of migration. I've been a bodyguard before, that is immigration officer. I remember serving at the border between Uganda and Kenya. And during that time, I was in charge of a shift. And during the election violence for Kenya, evacuating, refugees and making sure that everybody's out of, the violence that was happening across the border. And then also being a commandant at some point at the Uganda Immigration Training Academy, training law enforcement on issues to do with migration. I've also lived abroad at the University of Minnesota. I remember specializing on human trafficking policy and prevention. I studied also forced migration at the summer school on forced migration at Oxford, living in the UK. And then recently in 2017 at Harvard Kennedy School. So those experiences give me first-hand information on what it meant to actually be also an immigrant and also serving refugees. So this is what I've learned, through the years, the challenges and, opportunities. First, contrary to some of the beliefs that we see sometimes on media, especially when it talks about migrants, crossing to the seas, you'd think that there are really so many Blacks leaving the continent. But while checking on the statistics, in 2020, by the International Organization for Migration, 21 million actually of Africans live in another African country. So many of the migrants who are Black actually live within the continent. And in 2020, the most African-born migrants living outside the region, the statistics, according to the International Organization for Migration, were 11 million in Europe, 5 million in Asia, and 3 million in North America. I don't know how many are there in Canada, but I'm sure between today and tomorrow we'll get the statistics from those who live there. And so migration has So unfortunately, these restrictive visa regimes have not only choked, the migration of deserving, migrants, but has also driven a lot of people underground to seek the services of transnational organized criminals. You've seen, issues of smuggling and trafficking, of migrants, along the way. And sometimes when I see during the political season, I see, for example, in the US or in Canada, or I've heard politicians say, oh, I'm a son or a daughter of immigrants. We came to this country on a boat, or they came with very little. But for a Black African who is applying for visa, they want so much. They need you to give a huge bank account. The rhetoric is different. They want you to show that you're going to return So I'm yet to see where there's tolerance, of somebody from African origin say, okay, I also came with nothing, and I don't know, those other things. But I've also seen, countries having said that, but I've also seen on the issues of refugees. I've also seen countries come up, to take on refugees. I've seen Canada, taking on, refugees, and some parts in Europe. But the majority of refugees actually also live within, the African continent, the neighboring countries. I'll talk about that, later. But, back to the restrictive visa regimes and people taking the services of transnational criminals, there's been really a lot of gross human rights abuses that have affected a number of migrants and also refugees throughout the migration cycle, from fraudulent recruitment processes to human rights abuses in transit, and destination. In the African continent itself, we've seen images, and I recall even seeing on media, CNN, there was even auctioning of human beings, as they're waiting to cross, the Mediterranean. And also in my experience as a deputy national coordinator, prevention of trafficking persons for Uganda, I recall, issues of low-skilled labor. The majority of our girls in Uganda were really getting to the Middle East. The reason also because, the traditional destination countries have tightened, the migration to their countries. So, but going also to the Middle East, they were getting, some challenges, issues of low-skilled workers, especially women, working long working hours, low or no pay, issues of even food, lack of social security. And in some countries, even domestic work is not recognized as work, which is a challenge. And I also realized that, over 98% of these women who are going to the Middle East were single mothers. What does that tell you? Because many of them were talking about even issues of domestic violence, that even the migration itself is not by choice. There's something driving them to move. To also put a torch that if you deal with the circumstances which are making people move not out of choice from their countries of origin, then you'll have even solved, some of the challenges. And also throughout, my career, I've also seen the issues of skills mismatch, where the challenge of recognition of qualifications. And I've seen many qualified people who are recruited, the point system, high skilled work, and when they reach a destination, they are conditioned in low skilled labor, and some of their qualifications are not even recognized. So policymakers have to really improve the qualification and learning attainment recognition, procedures across countries, to really facilitate migrants' access to further study and employment. The issue of brain drain, we've seen a lot of, continents, and especially in Africa, training, their professionals and spending a lot of money training them. And then people just come and, they go, and even when they go to destination, some of these skills are not recognized. So that means a loss to the migrant, who is moving, but also the country which has trained them. The other issue is issues of remittances. I saw this even as I lived abroad. Sending money home has always been like a challenge. There's high costs of sending money. And we've also seen that leveraging really the developmental aspects of the diaspora could really go a long way in supporting, their families, but also countries, and making sure that even the transfer, markets are transparent, communicating the different options to migrants. And migrants have really done a lot, to educate, people back home, medical, But we've also seen, which I don't see a lot being captured, some migrants or immigrants, there are people back home sending money to them, to support them. Usually the remittances, they talk about, people abroad sending money, but there's also people back at countries of origin who send money to support, people who live, who live abroad. In in settling at destination as well, I've seen situations of xenophobia, and we've seen this, documented. We've seen on the media, and xenophobia has really cut across. It's not only abroad, but also within the continent, where there's really no tolerance of migrants. And when economies are flourishing, migrants are usually blamed, or refugees. And when economies, are flourishing, they don't even recognize their contributions. They're only blamed for like taking jobs and all of that. And when the xenophobia is entwined within, the politics, it becomes even much more, challenging. And we really have to continuously reduce, this violence, and, to clean up, the politics and the rhetoric. And also in the media, I also challenge that, as migrants, we really have to also learn how to write our own stories and document, even in the academia, about the good things. That's why sometimes, I challenge myself to write more about, the experiences, what we do, and also for migrants, so that we share, those experiences, because, refugees and migrants really contribute not just to countries of origin and destination, but also transit, as they move. And in doing so, we really need also to improve the access, to justice itself, that equal, treatment, to know that, if there are challenges, you have where to go and seek redress in the process. While doing so, the other challenge, which has also challenged, governments, border management and all, is really to tackle issues of transnational organized crimes, that it's there. And transnational criminals, trafficking, flow fraudulent, documents, because we need to restore, the confidence in the migration process. It means countries need to really re-examine, also those stringent visa policies, but at the same time crack down on irregular, migration, as well as, the criminals which support that. But specific to refugees, I've also seen, countries, like I said, who have come up to really support, have progressive, refugee policies. In the continent, I see Uganda, for example, despite the challenges and the shrinking assistance to refugees, Uganda remains the leading refugee host country in Africa. We are talking about over 1.5 million refugees, especially, from, neighboring countries of South Sudan and Democratic Republic of Congo. Uganda's humane, sustainable, and forward-looking, migration, policy and refugee policy guarantees, the rights for movement. They give refugees land. They allow them to work and start a business and own property. And unlike in some countries where refugees live in a camp, in Uganda, they are into settlements. They live side by side with host communities, sharing services, like education, health, and the like. And through that, we've seen them, reintegrating, because they can also live in urban areas where they live freely. And I see that in some countries has been a challenge. I remember during, even COVID-19, I recall the president of Uganda really allowing, refugees and quarantining, giving quarantine, within the border. And by the time COVID-19 hit, because, they were living side by side with communities and there was access to water and all that, so it was easier, for them to not to be so much, affected, like in some other, areas. And when I look also at, the diaspora, the diaspora, I've seen the diaspora also organizing. I know, I think in Canada, I don't know, I think you have an association. I've seen, people meeting, in Canada, for example, with Ugandan origin. I've seen associations in North America, even some in the continent. And the Ugandan diaspora, for example, the push to dual citizenship came from the diaspora. So when the diaspora, are organized and are looking to contributing to countries of origin, and government should also really support. I recall when I remember that time when the president of Uganda gave a directive to establish the Department of Diaspora in the Department of in the Foreign Service, ministry. I recall going to a country like Ethiopia. The government was giving land, and diaspora were coming to contribute. Building schools and to the development of their countries. Some countries like India prefer their diaspora to be out there, and then the remittances, supporting the development. I saw countries like Ghana really giving those opportunities, for migrants, to come to support skills, their skills to rural areas, to support their medical, professionals. And that really helps them to then keep connected, at home as well as abroad, and doing that support. And so I was also looking at what opportunities are there for really countries, countries to support, refugees and also migrants. I think increasingly we need, to tap into the developmental potential, of immigrants and refugees, because they have a lot to offer. Refugees move not because they want to, because sometimes people portray, them as if they always want to be given, but these are people who have skills. They just need opportunity, to be able, to contribute. And as we deal with the migrants, we don't also have to lump them. They are not homogeneous, because some even are more vulnerable, than others. For example, we need to recognize, the value, recognize and value unpaid care and domestic work, which is less valued if you're looking at, migration with domestic workers. Invest in social protection policies that include migrants, ensure eligibility and equal access and coverage of social protection, including for domestic workers. Address the vulnerability of migrants regarding sexual and reproductive, health, skills recognition, and tackling issues of transnational organized crime. Promoting policies that promote decent job creation, those labor rights, is important, and addressing, those needs of migrant populations, including the discrimination, on nationality, migratory status, ethnicity, and other factors. And as I conclude, really we need to get, rid of those laws and policies that are discriminatory towards any migrant group, and promote appropriate legislation that is inclusive towards, migrants, and really clean up, the dirty politics of migration. Because as everybody is a potential migrant, and wherever we go, we contribute, and everybody's looking for, a better living, and to support, their communities and the people. So I hope that, as we as we spend, today and tomorrow, we are able to, to share those experiences among ourselves and see, what can we do more to deal with, the challenges and harnessing those opportunities. I thank you all.
I guess we have learned. I know I'm always asking because I always want to know what did we pick out of the talk, right? And we're here for that. We're here to learn. We're here to exchange ideas. We're here to learn from one another as well as utilize the resources. So I'm going to tap on you just because I saw you coming a little bit earlier. What did you get from this keynote speech, please?
Good morning. I think it was very highlighted the lost opportunity of migrants and refugees, not only for them in the loss of their skill set, but also in the countries that lose them because they experience the brain drain. And so it's sort of a cycle, right? Because they're not there to build the country and make the country better. That makes it feasible for them to stay, but they also need to leave because they need to go to other countries to get opportunities. But in doing that, their skills also get lost because they come to countries where the skills are not really recognized and they're not able to use it. So it was just highlighting the cycle of deficit, I think.
We should clap for that. I think I like that. Let me go to this table because I missed you last time. I'm coming to you. I know.
I think one of the important points that you talked about was mostly about how, depending on the economic situation of each country, the government, particularly in Canada or in Europe, likes to blame refugees when there's a recession or there's not a particularly floundering time, or when there's an economic boom, we don't recognize the contributions refugees and immigrants provide as well. In addition to making it very clear that people don't normally migrate and make refugee claims because there's just better opportunities, it's also because there's violence back home and there is no choice. And I also really enjoyed how you explored how criminal elements take advantage of that desperation and proliferate irregular entries in different countries as well. So thank you.
That was quite a summary, wasn't it? I think he summarized it all. Thank you so much. Clap for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, as well, for just being a part of this. Thank you so much, Madam Agnes. It's been a pleasure. I'm going to request us to stand up, take a walk, get a glass of water, and say hello to somebody you haven't seen for about 5 minutes, please. And then we shall continue with our program. Thank you very much. On behalf of CBDoc, you are most welcome. Thank you.
Call me every day if you wanna see me. I'm here to stay. I will never leave your side. When you're watching money, you motherland. Mumutima kure, niwa wibera. Deep down on the more, it's a little prosciutto. Nziza nangu sete, ndagukunda. Pretty girl for me. Tricky, I don't know how you do me. Tell me that you never leave me. And I don't see me there, come see India. Pretty girl for me. Tricky, I don't know how you do. You got me falling for you. Kabasamu, baby. Shifite mafude twa amaso yanje ningobareba urukundo w'amayero mabifuza kandi sinicuza come mon bébé you satisfy you for life. Baby, baby, baby. Baby, baby, baby. Baby, baby, my baby, je suis pour de toi. Baby, baby, baby. My baby, baby, baby. My baby, je suis pour de toi. Quick, I could be look in my eyes and tell me what you see, my darling. Yummy, yummy when I kiss you slowly. Taki, taki when I need you. No matter what I do, all I think about is you, baby. Life is a movie, okay, so cool. You are my favorite part. Oh my beautiful, 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 beautiful. Singano no nyekirisa, carry you side to side. I wanna choose you a billion times, and every season. Pretty, pretty, pretty girl for me. Pretty, pretty, I don't know how you do. You got me falling for you. Just wanna see you cover some more, baby. Ukuteye nukusabira ngaragura. Jesi wema vude twa. Amaso yanjye ni wareba. Oh yeah, you're my people. Listen me true. Oh baby, to satisfy you for life. Je te promets, mon bébé, to satisfy you for life. Vijana barubaru na wewe. Kuna muda njo tupoteze wakati ukinilalia. Siku inapita ikienda wapi, kasija kupigia. Ukinihitaji nitakosaje nafasi, sema takukujia. I've been asking God for you. Nilifunga ndone mujiza, kufungua macho I saw you.
Down on your knees, no wasting time. Wazazi wajuane, family time. Bouncing baby, the next in line. Meant to be, it was set in time. Love hits ahead of time. Honeymoon high, the time of your life. Promise will stand the test of time. Sadly, forever's not enough.
Nakupenda kama nyama choma, soda baridi na kadonat. Nikiwa nawe mi unona my sukari.
Nakupenda kama nyama choma, soda baridi na kadonat. Nikiwa nawe mi unona dakitari.
Niwera, 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 kumba family. Niwera, tumbe family. Down the aisle with you, come home to you. Niwera, 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 kumba family. Niwera, tumbe family. Down the aisle with you, come home to you.
Kama kukupenda dhambi, my soul is a dark night. To leave a permanent mark, endless bloodline. Love at first sight, sacred soul tie. Talk to me with your eyes, nitajua kenye unadai. Nimekuona ukiwa thirsty, hungry, nasty. Kukutunza kazi yangu kirasi. Nitakujengea makao kabla nipate mazao. Jipange na hiyo thao.
Huyu ni wa nani?
Koyo ni wangu, yetu mandanganye maboys. Siko kwangu, 1+1 hesabu za kutoroka. Matabu ni mjeze kikapu, napenda vile.
Nakupenda kama nyama choma, soda baridi na kadonat. Nikiwa nawe mi unona my sukari.
Nakupenda kama nyama choma, soda baridi na kadonat. nikiwa nawe mi upona dakitari.
Niwera, 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 kunda family. Niwera, tunde family. Donde amo come to you. Niwera, 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 kunda family. Niwera, tunde family. Donde amo come to you. Nikiwa nawe mi unaona.
Nikiwa nawe mi upona. Know that I with you, come home to you.
Oh, Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor. Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Na kuona pale hapo kando ya Champs-Elysees.
As you can tell, we are about to have a quick snack, so get ready. And I know somebody mentioned washrooms. So washrooms are just below the stairs to your left. I think I got that right. Yeah. Washrooms are 2 doors below the stairs to your left. Otherwise, we're about to grab a snack. Everybody will grab something to eat, to drink, and then we'll get back into our discussion. Once again, thank you so much. This is the International Conference on Black Immigration and Refugees 2024, courtesy of the Center for Black Development Options Canada, CBDOC. You are most welcome. 2 minutes, and we grab a cup of tea and some mandazi. Thank you very much.
Ila wengi walinyimwa tabia na shepu kabarikiwa, mwanamme hisia, pesa ni majaliwa. Ila wengi walinyimwa hisia na pesa kabarikiwa, na kuona Brazil hapo Rio de Janeiro, ukiongezewa nywele senje nano mabusiness. And I see you in China with the latest designer, shaking what your doctor gave ya on your worst behavior. Susanna Bade. God found me a woman, my woman, my priority. She fell in love with the wire. She means the whole world to me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You love me better than I love myself. I just want you to know. You trust me better than I trust myself. I just wanna give you love. 'Cause when I close my eyes, I know you are right here with me by my side forever. Do you know how much I plan for you? Oh, pray for so long for you, darling. Be my forever. I promise to never lay you down, baby. This is my love. I belong to you. You belong to me. I give you my heart. Ooh, yeah. This is my vow. Can you see the red? I play your umbrella. I give you my heart. This is my vow. Mapenzi yetu itakuwa milele. We utaona, we utaona. It's gonna happen, you know. I love you like Christ left church. Nobody could take your place. Yeah, you are my number one. And I'm gonna be faithful.
May I please request us to go and grab a bite? Thank you. I know we are chatting, but I need us to grab something and then we can continue with our conversation today.
You love me better than I love myself. I just want you to know. You trust me better than I trust myself. I just wanna give you love. 'Cause when I close my eyes, I know you are right here with me by my side forever. Do you know how much I plan for you? Oh, pray for so long for you, darling. Be my forever. I promise to never lay you down, baby. This is my love. I belong to you. You belong to me. I give you my heart. Ooh, yeah. This is my vow. When you see the red, I play your umbrella. I give you my heart. This is my vow. This is forever. I give you my heart. This is my vow. When you see the light, could be your umbrella. I give you my heart. This is my vow. ufite amababa naguruka nkana mu bihe kumenyera ahazaza ona je te jure ndagukunda and I stay by your side yabirahiriye iyo duhuje imboni nitandemba bikanyibuza imana nkirukanyira gusenga uyu mutima gufitiye umwenda baby nakupenda ibyinshi bakubwira ariko ntujya ubyemera such an angel from above yeah. Baby can't ugende bikiganza tujye far away yumvira uko umutima utera uru rukundo ni forever draw me close to you I will never leave your side yumvira uko umutima utera uru rukundo ni forever baby can't ugende bikiganza tujye far away yumvira uko umutima utera uru rukundo ni forever draw me close to you I will never leave your side yumvira uko umutima utera uru rukundo ni forever ibi niba ari inzozi I don't wanna wake up kwenye shida na raha kuzarira habe namba don't wanna lose you I'm gonna breathe my last with you I never vow meritana chukubiri nizira y'umwijima iyo duhuje imboni nitandemba bikanyibuza imana nkirukanyira gusenga uyu mutima gufitiye umwenda baby nakupenda ibyinshi bakubwira ariko ntujya ubyemera such an angel from above yeah. Baby can't ugende bikiganza tujye far away yumvira uko umutima utera uru rukundo ni forever draw me close to you I will never leave your side yumvira uko umutima utera uru rukundo ni forever baby can't ugende bikiganza tujye far away yumvira uko umutima utera uru rukundo ni forever draw me close to you I will never leave your side yumvira uko umutima utera uru rukundo ni forever
Club isn't the best place to find the lovers, so the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing shots, tripping fast, and then we talk slow. Come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now take my hand, stop, and the man on the jukebox, and then we start to dance. And now I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. Last night you were in my room. And now my bedsheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. I'm in love with your body. I'm in love with your body. I'm in in love with your body. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of you. When we can, we let the story begin. We're going out on our first date. You and me are thrifty, so go all you can eat. Fill up your bag and I fill up the plate. We talk for hours and hours about sweet and sour and how your family's doing okay. And leaving, getting a taxi, kissing the backseat, tell the driver make the radio play. And I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do.
Africa, Ivuba, Isuru, Asaba.
Baby, lock the door and turn the lights down low. Put some music on the sound slow. Baby, we ain't got no place to go. I hope you understand. I've been thinking about this all day long. Never felt a feeling quite this wrong. I can't believe how much it turns me on just to be your man. There's no hurry, don't you worry. We can take her time. Come a little closer, let's go over what I had in mind. Baby, lock the door and turn the lights down low. Put some music on the song slow. Baby,
Hasira za nini we Bwana, hasira za nini we Bwana, wataka kuniua bure Baba, wataka kuniua bure Baba. Yule si wako nami si wangu, chuki ya nini kati yangu na wewe? Chuki ya nini kati yangu na wewe? Le 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 li le 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 li lo oh oh mama. Hasira za nini we Bwana, hasira za nini we Bwana, wataka kuniua bure Baba, wataka kuniua bure Baba. Wako hayuko, kwangu hayuko. Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Le 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 li le 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 li lo, oh, oh, mama. Hasira za nini we bwana? Hasira za nini we bwana? Wataka kuniua bure baba, wataka kuniua bure baba. Wewe una wako nyumbani na mimi nina wangu nyumbani. Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Nasema sina makosa we bwana, sina makosa we bwana. Ayo, sina makosa we bwana.
Everybody has something to eat. I like it. People that are seated in the back, please come forward. Please come forward if you can, please. Thank you. I know. I'm a backbencher too. I always started from the back. Ladies and gentlemen, in our presence is a very special person. And that's why I'm requesting you to come forward, because she's about to say hello to us officially, and we shall dive into our next session. Everybody has a water, everybody has a tea. I love tea. I have to take 1 cup of tea a day. If I don't have it, my life is not complete. Just 1 cup a day. I don't need a lot. And funny thing, I worked for Starbucks, but I never drank a cup of coffee because I just don't do coffee. 5 years. But oh my God, the smell. Oh yeah. The smell was quite something. Everybody here, Tony forward, everybody back. Find a seat, please, because we're about to dive into an amazing session. But before that, in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very important person, the member of provincial parliament for the area of Ajax, Miss Patrice Burns. Would you please come and say hello to us? I don't have to say much about you. That's it. That's enough.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I love the smell of coffee, but I can't drink it. I'm always so disappointed too, because I get the smell and I'm like, oh yes, I'm gonna have a cup of coffee, and then I drink it and I'm like, yeah, it doesn't do the same. It doesn't do the same. So I can totally relate to that. So I'm so thrilled to be here. I'm actually also representing, I have a member from my area of Ajax through a welcome center that does a lot of work with our immigrant population. I appreciate all the work you do, because you do an amazing job. I find that the people that exist in this space are always so passionate, because the stories are so amazing, and it is so awesome to empower people in that next step of their journey. So I'm here representing the Minister of Labor, Immigration, Training and Skills Development. I represent him as his PA. And I just want to, talk a little bit about some of the things and challenges that we know that are being faced by immigrants that are coming to Canada. Agnes's presentation this morning was really powerful, because it really captured so much, even some of the things that I hadn't even thought about in regards to the impact of different African nations and what that is looking like, and the transition to North America. Sometimes my heart breaks sometimes when I see the stories of people that are on boats, and it just takes you back to a time in our history when we were involuntary taken from our countries, right? And now we're doing that, and we're seeing people that are actually being auctioned. I would never thought I would have seen that in my lifetime again, of black bodies, but so very impactful. And I have one of our colleagues is here as well. She's going to present later on some of the labor and immigration policies that we have in place. As a provincial government, we've worked and continue to work diligently to make sure that we help immigrants to transition. We're really talking about things that we've heard that are impactful. So recently, we have passed the law around removing the ask for Canadian experience for job applications. Applicants need to know now. So we've done that. Now we just got to start pushing that with employers so that they're not doing it unofficially, but recognizing as well when you immigrate here, and for the African countries, it gets a little more evident because your names on your resume sometimes identifies you and takes you out of the running just by doing that. And so you find a lot of immigrants come and suddenly their beautiful names are westernized and shortened because they want to be able to fit in. We recognize and we're starting to really look at the barriers that stop immigrants from bringing the talent and skills that they have that Agnes has talked about to come into Canada and actually transitioning and making that feasible. And through our government, we do fund 150 different employment settlement agencies that help immigrants transition. We recognize that language is one of the biggest barriers to getting jobs, and so we're working in regards to that. We're looking more closely at the agencies, at the skills that are being around English as a second language and how we're empowering others to learn that through our. We sort of want to raise the bar more that we just don't want immigrants to be able to come in and survive. We want you to come in and thrive, and so changing the levels of English to make sure that English is taught to a level where you're job ready, not just be able to go out and just communicate that way. So settlement services, language training, workplace communication skills, employment support programs, and occupation specific training is the focus of the Ontario government right now. And we're doing that as well through a lot of our partners that we're having to help educate and train and recognizing. We're moving more towards recognizing the skills that immigrants bring to the table and not just thinking that if you come here you're in a deficit, in opposed to bringing substantial value to the table. I know when I came here and I had already left high school when I came, and the whole point was I was supposed to go back to high school before I could even go to college or university, which was just, very intimidating and very put you back. So for immigrants that are coming, recognizing that you have to advocate as well for your children, not knowing the system can be intimidating and very overwhelming. But knowing that you have a voice here, because education is so very important, and for your children to be the next generation that thrives, you have to make sure that they're being served in so many ways, especially in the education system. We've only just this year announced the addition of the Black History curriculum to our education system. And so that was a big win, and looking forward to seeing that actually launch out and be a part of our education system. It will be interesting because it will teach the history of Black Africans that have come to Canada, the history of Black Caribbean, the Maroons that have come and built Canada as well. So the things that we're starting to do is very important, and the programs that we are putting in place that she will expand on later on about the Ontario Nominee Immigrant Program. We are really focused on trying to open doors and opportunities for immigrants that are already here. Because you are here, yeah, we know that immigrants here are underemployed, they're underutilized, and we've been very purposeful in certain areas, especially in healthcare, where now you can be international trained nurse, and there's bridging programs that are in place that can help you to become nurse. We are doing a lot more with doctors, and I had the opportunity to visit a walk-in clinic in Ajax that was having 8 primary care doctors, all of who were internationally trained, which was awesome. But it was also interesting because we talked about the gentleman that had come here several years ago. I think he was here 10 years ago, and it took him 4 years to actually become a doctor. And then there was a lady from Nigeria that had been here 3 years, and it took her 1 year to be a doctor. So we are making progress, and we are seeing a movement in those places and recognizing that we need to change that as well for not just the healthcare profession, but other professions. And so we're also looking at regulatory organizations. So, accounting, engineering, a lot of those organizations that accredit people into certain careers to be able to tell them that they need to have a process in place that allows international trained individuals to actually get their accreditation. So, not perfect, but work in progress. There is, I think, still a lot of opportunities that are available for immigrants to be able to become successful. Resilience, of course, is always one of the big pieces around that, because you get knocked down and doors closed so often that sometimes you can just kind of lose the forward momentum, lose the ability to want to get up another day and try it again. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, and I'm very proud of a lot of the work that's being done in the space, and we are continuing to grow that so that we can make it better for our new immigrants to be able to come to Canada and thrive in the professions that you have. We're missing out on so much talent because we have not really put a proper process in place for that. So thank you again for the opportunity, and I hope you have a great and successful conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Someone has a question, if you don't mind. Sound, would you please? Thank you so much.
Hello. My parents went to England in the Windrush era, and they lived there for 9 years. When they came to Canada, after 9 years between, they had to take English as a second language course. This is in 1965. Now, today, people who have English as first language still are told they have to take an English as a second language course.
Yeah.
All right? Now, this is 60 years you guys are doing the same thing. Are you guys looking at this policy? Because I'm going to say it's not right. I mean, there's a lot of other words I could use,
Yeah.
but it actually, it makes us lesser than other people who come in who have English as a first language. All right? And it seems like it is very systemic.
And I'm not sure where where we do that. I don't know if that is that at the federal level or a provincial level in regards to the English as a second language testing. Do you know offhand? Yeah.
Thank you. So at both level, yes, federal and also provincial for certain of our stream, we ask for a language test. And we test everybody being French and English based on the two languages of Canada. So it's true that it's a reality right now, but that's really the rules of immigration to make sure that when the person claim that they are English speaking or French speaking, that they meet the requirement. It's based on the requirements of immigration, yes.
And we'll note that, and we'll take that back as we try and make the process better. I'd have to also navigate that with federal if that is something that we can change at our provincial level. So thank you for flagging that.
Any other thoughts to be shared from?
A little bit on that, and I think your answer. Sorry, my apologies. I think, gotta recollect my thoughts. In terms of process, yes, when you're coming in as an immigrant, that's a requirement. But I think maybe how I heard the comment is when people are already here. So they've already gone through some of that process. They can speak English based on the point system. And then yet, when they're still coming in here, there's a requirement to, whether it's through the employer, whether it's through other programs, that you're still required, even if for university purposes, you're still required to do that additional step of proving that you can speak English. It's a big barrier for many immigrants. And the sad thing is that we're in 2024, where English is actually spoken almost everywhere worldwide, right? And I see many people who write better English than a lot of Canadians that are born with English as a first language. So recognizing that it is a barrier. It's just not, it's a discriminatory practice. That's what I call it. She was kind enough to not point out, but it is a discriminatory practice, and it really targets people who are more racialized than any other person.
Okay, thank you for that. We can dig down some more on that. I don't think we would be able to tell employers, though, if that's a requirement for them for employment, but we can look at the other areas in regards to that requirement.
There you go. We've given you homework, literally. And that's why we're here, isn't it? Thank you so much. A round of applause for a member of MPP, our MPP. Thank you so much, Ms. Burns. We are just about to dive into an important discussion, which is navigating immigration, government initiatives, and support for integration. It is my pleasure to introduce the panelists, starting off with our moderator. Mr. Mohari has dedicated over 20 decades of serving his community, specializing in psychosocial support and advocacy. Starting his career as a youth worker, he focused on sexual health education and counseling, which paved his way into social justice efforts. Maurice, sound. It's hot, it's popping. Thank you. His experience revealed the crucial role of social determinants of health and the urgency of tackling systematic barriers. Mahari's expertise includes capacity building, community outreach, organizational development, action research, resource mobilization, training, and advocacy. He is currently the Director of Services at Turning Point Youth Services, where he continues to leverage his extensive background in support and advocacy to make a significant impact in the lives of young people. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please put our hands together for Mr. Mahari, our moderator for this afternoon. You should go with this microphone, I think, on stage. And may I get another microphone on stage? Sound, thank you. Our next panelist by the names of Mr. Chris Bouchard. I hope I'm saying that right. He's the Executive Director for Turning Point Youth Services, a multi-service non-for-profit in downtown Toronto that provides mental health, youth justice, and housing services to youth between the ages of 12 and 24. Chris has spent over 30 years working in and leading youth services in Canada and in the United States. He is an active member of many local tables in Toronto and supports youth services, including the Youth Shelter Network, the Youth Mental Health Steering Committee, hosted by East Toronto Health Partnership, or HT, and the core service provider table for the Youth Justice Services. Mr. Chris Bouchard, come on up. Thank you. Next on our panelists is by the names of Miss Kemi. Famous Kemi, as she is famously known. She is an immigrant from West Africa and a journalist at that, who's passionate about youth development. She has graced the stages of many different programs around the world and at home, including the Martin Luther King Young African Hero Summit in the United States. She currently serves as the model ECOWAS, I hope I'm saying that right. Yeah, commission as the VP of the Nigerian delegation. Kemi Famous, please come up. Thank you. Our next panelist, Miss Jamaya Smith, I believe. She's the manager of corporate engagement for asylum seekers and the vice chair for the Black Action Coalition of Change, BACC BAC. As an immigrant herself, Jamaya deeply understands the challenges faced by newcomers, refugees, and asylum seekers in Canada, which drives her commitment to the integration and empowerment. At Accessible Community Counseling and Empowerment Services, Access, she leads initiatives that provide innovative employment, Solutions for primarily newcomers, refugees, and asylum seekers, helping over 900 job seekers. I think we should clap for that. Over 900 job seekers each year and achieve sustainable employment. She also champions professional and development programs aimed at advancing the careers of Black staff, underscoring her professional dedication to equitable professional growth. Jomaya's leadership and advocacy is pivotal in fostering inclusive communities, supporting the successful integration of asylum seekers in the workforce. Jomaya Smith, please come on stage. All right. She must be on the way. Yeah? I hope so. Our next panelist who's going to join us online, Ms. Azadeh, is a senior legal officer at UHNRC, the UN Refugee Agency in Canada, and she has worked with UNHCR. Take your time, Gloria, since 2017 and is currently based in Ottawa. During her time, she has also worked in the office in Vancouver for over 2 years, and in 2018, she completed an emergency development in Boa Vista, Brazil, to assist with a large number of Venezuelans arriving in the country. She is right online with us. Hello, I hope you can hear us. Wave to us if you can hear us. Yeah, she's waving. Perfect. And I think that is it for our panel this afternoon. I'm good to go, Mr. Ali. You are my boss, so this is good. Oh, yes. Oh, Mr. Dennis Wamala. Ha, you're going to kill me for this. Sir, come forward. Come. I'm even going to give you the chance to introduce yourself. That's how I redeem myself. Introduce yourself and get on stage, please.
Thank you, Gloria. I mean, it's been a long years fighting with her, so I understand when she doesn't introduce me. My name is Dennis Womala. I'm with Rainbow Railroad. I'm also the Vice President of New African Canadians and the Chair of the Board of the African Center for Human and People's Rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, somebody, I hope you can keep time for us, right? Okay. So I think I would like us to structure this conversation as a conversation rather than a presentation. Most of us are Africans here, and we know we love to have fireplace conversations where we discuss. I'm actually very excited to be part of this conversation today. CBDOC, which was born out of a crisis, decided to think rather than complain. They decided, let's think together, let's have conversations around options, let's have conversations around how we can make it better for immigrants and newcomers. I love the venue. I was just telling somebody that this venue is so important for this conversation. And why is this venue important for this conversation? For those of you who came in as newcomers, and for those of you who navigated the shelter system, you understand the importance of Queen Street and Parliament and Jarvis and Chapon. That's where we have a number of shelters and refugee welcome centers and newcomer welcome centers. We have Regent Park right around the corner, where a lot of newcomers spent a lot of valuable time learning new skills or just hanging out. We have the Regent Park Health Center around the corner too, where also a lot of us fast accessed healthcare, Canadian healthcare. So this is a very important venue. I am always against conferences in a way when they are big spaces, big wasteful spaces. I've worked in public health all my life, and I know how some of these spaces are big and wasteful. The conversation happens, you preach to the converted, and then usually the outcome is, let's have another meeting, right? That's usually the outcome. And so one of my biggest challenge was, why can't we have conversations exactly where things are happening? If we are talking about issues in the community, let's have conversations in the community. If we are talking, let's not have them in some ivory tower somewhere and then take these results back to community. So when I heard that we are actually holding our meeting here and the significance of this area to most of us newcomers who landed in Canada. I said, yeah. So the conversation is actually happening exactly where, some of our people land. So this is a significant space. I love that we are thinking together. I love that we are also going to talk about, equity. But we cannot talk about equity without talking about justice. Many of us talked about how you land here and this is the first time you realize you're black, simply because of the, challenges, anti-black racism and all these things. And there's a word that people throw around a lot. They say, oh, it's not everyone, it's some rotten fruits. And one time I sat down with an elder who said, this is not a fruit issue, it's a root issue. So it's a systematic issue, it's a systemic issue. We cannot just talk about the fruits and not talk about the whole. And so we cannot have equity without talking about justice. We cannot talk about that without talking about the politics of, looking at how we can change the system, how we can bring down some of these oppressive systems. So I'm happy that CiviTalk is taking that initiative to help us think together, to help us come to the fireplace, to help us sit under the tree. The significance of the tree is safety, right? But also that we are able to examine all areas, examine the root, examine the trunk, examine the fruit, ask ourselves what can we do, bring key players together, and hopefully come up with solutions for our people. So I'm happy that I have these panelists and the one online, and I'll just ask each to reflect for a minute or two about the topic, and then I only have 2 questions. And then I'm hoping that the audience can then take over and ask the panelists pointed questions. So we'll start with Chris is my colleague, so we'll start with Chris.
Thank you, Mahari. Just open. Good to meet everyone. I'm Chris Bouchard. I'm the Executive Director at Turning Point Youth Services. We are a small to medium-sized nonprofit operating in the east part of Toronto. We're funded like a lot of the nonprofits, many nonprofits in Toronto, with funding from different sources. For us, we have 2 provincial ministries that are funding some of our services in the city. We run a shelter, emergency shelter for youth, which for us is youth from the age of 16 to 24. And the relevance for us and why the conference was of interest to me in particular was that we've seen a change in the the enrollment in our shelter in the last year, and as of have all of the shelters in Toronto, and just the inability of the city and the systems locally to manage the influx of immigrant and refugee seekers, particularly from Africa, that have come to the city, and it's really shown up the deficiencies, I think, in our ability to support people, finding work and finding housing. So I'm not sure that I have a whole lot of thought-provoking ideas or reflections, but I'm here for the conversation and happy to offer what I can.
Hello everyone, my name is Kenny, popularly known as Kenny Famous. I am honored to be here, to be seated amongst these great men on stage, and I'm honored to be invited by my very good friends, the founders of CiviDoc, Mr. Ali and Mr. Tony, and the other founder. It's an honor. These men are great men. Please, a round of applause for them, for the great work that they are doing. Thank you so much. And before I say anything, I'd like to acknowledge that this land that I am on, living and thriving, is a territory of the First Nations people, and I recognize their presence, the presence of the indigenous people. And I want to say that, to be honest, as a new immigrant here, who did not plan, I had no plans at all to be here longer or as long as I am here. I have had good, bad experiences, the good, the bad, the ugly, and I'm living and thriving. I'm happy to say that. And for new immigrants, the journey would not be smooth. However, one thing to know is resilience, right? Resilience. I am a journalist from Nigeria, West Africa. The NSAS situation that happened where, the government, the military shot at its people, where I spoke out, on live in the United States, actually. One thing led to the other. I was here for a couple things, and then, at the end of the day, I had to, my life was in danger, and then I had to immigrate here, based on, certain reasons. But I have gone through different stages as a new immigrant. The housing stage, the confusion stage where you don't know, what else to do. What do I do? Where do I go? You're searching for a job, and you're constantly getting phrases like you don't have Canadian experience, you don't have, you're too qualified for this job, or you're underqualified. Oh yes, I did get that a lot. I am overqualified for the job, and I am more concerned about just giving the job I need to pay bills. You know, so yeah, I've been through that. The journey that majority of immigrants would go through. I have also been discriminated against. I've been accused. I have almost landed at police custody for taking something I did not take. At the end of the day, they did their research. They saw that, she was innocent, and, underlying the old report and everything was just this person just angry that, why is this person here? You need to go back to your country. You guys are, you're coming in here, you're taking all the benefits that we're supposed to take and everything. And, leaving the shelter system from being in a respite system where you're sleeping on the bench, on the floor. Tony can attest to that. When you're sleeping on the
I heard from my sister that Tony is organizing a boat cruise. So I was excited about the boat cruise. So imagine my disappointment when he told me, first we shall do business, then we shall go on the boat cruise. I'm more of a boat cruise guy than a business guy, but here we are, we don't get what we want always. So thank you for having me. I was thinking of what I should say as a reflection. And the thing that came to my mind was, today is the Independence Day in the US, just our neighbors here. And something came to my mind. We have a former leader in the US who said, ask not what your country will do for you, but what you can do for your country. We as refugees, we as migrants, we as newcomers in this country need a lot of support. And every time we come together, we list the number of grievances we have and the number of things we want support in. One missing ingredient, and that's why I'm so proud to be here with CBDoc, is we need to also say, this is what we are offering. This is what we are doing to make this country better. We are not only asking and asking and asking. This is actually what we're offering. We know the solutions and we've started working on those solutions. So come and join us in the process of making these things better. We need to approach, like Mary said, when I was still in Uganda, we were speaking to the government about the needs of minority community, the health needs of minority community. And they kept on saying, we shall put it in the proposal, we shall talk to Global Fund, we shall do this. We started it ourselves. We started a very tiny clinic and said, we're gonna do this, and then invite you with the cameras and tell you, this is how it's done. So come and join us. So as newcomers, we need to start doing things and saying, telling the government, this is what we mean when we say, these are the needs. This is how it's done. So we're not telling you to start from scratch. Come and join us. The process is already on. That way, the policymakers are more embarrassed to say, we are doing research, we are trying to figure out how to do it. We're telling them, no, this is how you do it. We're just telling you, put more money into it, put more resources into it. It's already happening. Just make it move faster. And how we do that is self-reflection within ourselves, within our communities as newcomers. Self-reflection. When you come to Canada, what does that mean to you? Some of us come as victims. Some of us come as abusers. So what does that mean to you in Canada? I was speaking on Refugee Day at the 519, and while we were marching, someone said something transphobic to someone else in Canada. So you come because you're being persecuted politically, you get to Canada, and you're persecuting the LGBT community. I spoke to a lady from Ethiopia who was brought here as a child. Her parents came here, so she's been here basically all her life. And I met her because she's trying to navigate the foster system. She had her womb damaged due to repeated unsafe abortions. But these unsafe abortions she was put through this by her family, her mother, her aunties, because you're too young, you're going to embarrass the family. This was happening in Canada. In Canada. So as newcomers to Canada, what are we doing within our communities when no one is watching? How are we building ourselves? How are we not re-victimizing and re-traumatizing ourselves within our communities? We shall all come and march and say, oh, refugees this. And then when we go into our refugee corner, we find refugees we can torment too. So in our own community, how do we make sure we are building each other and we are not re-traumatizing and victimizing people who are weaker within our community? How are we managing the minorities within the minorities? When we come, are we using our trauma to re-traumatize other people? Before we go out and say, oh, there's racism and there's this and there's this, what are we doing to the people we have power over? That is a very difficult conversation we need to start having because it's happening. It's happening. We're having activists who have made names and they're on TV and everyone respects them. So every newcomer who comes is running to these people for support, and then we are abusing them. We are using our power to abuse these people. So while we are saying we are being abused by the general system and the systematic system, we ourselves are using the little power we have to abuse the people we're supposed to be supporting. So as a community, we need to have this difficult conversation so that when we come out, we come with clean hands.
Thank you so much. Do you know if we can? Okay. So, Azade, maybe your reflection?
Thank you so much. I hope you could hear me okay. I'm hearing a little bit of an echo every now and then, but hopefully it'll be okay. Apologies I couldn't be there in person. I really wish I could have, but I'm happy to be here on the panel with this distinguished panelists. My reflections really have to do more with the asylum seeker side, so people who are coming to Canada to claim refugee status and seek protection. We are seeing a higher number of people do that now than Canada traditionally gets. We traditionally get about 50,000 to 60,000 asylum seekers a year, but last year alone, we've received about 144,000 asylum claims. They are coming from a very diverse set of countries, but we have seen an increase in individuals coming from African countries. And one of the things that we did see, and I got a chance to personally visit last year, was the difficulty in finding supports and housing for people that are coming to Canada to seek protection and to get safety. So I did visit Toronto last year and got to go to quite a few of the Black churches that are informally stepping up and providing housing to a lot of the people that were coming to us for Canada for its protection. And they were doing great work in supporting the individuals that needed housing. But a lot of our work here in Ottawa is to look at solutions with governments. So UNHCR is talking to the federal government and the provincial governments and municipal governments on how to ensure that people who do come here looking for safety are getting the support they need right up front. And it really is the level of the responsibility of all governments at different levels. So that includes provincial, municipal, and federal. And it should not just be the responsibility of one level of government. So because we do know that people who do come here and ask for refugee status, a high number and percentage are accepted. And we do know that if they get the right supports at the front of their process at the beginning when they first arrive, they are hugely successful in Canada. So we did a study a couple of years ago, basing ourselves off census data, where we saw that refugees, people who eventually got accepted as refugees in Canada or came from overseas as refugees to Canada, were able to pay back what they got in supports and taxes over the years, and even contribute even more in taxes than they received in support in the front end of the process. Their children have high levels of post-secondary education. They're very motivated to succeed when they arrive in Canada, and they're contributing, thriving members of Canadian society. So one of the things that I really would like to see more of and more conversation about is how do we provide supports to people that are arriving, often from very difficult situations, at the front when they start here in Canada, and they're going through a legal process, and ensure that they get those supports so that they could thrive and succeed and become very contributing members of Canadian society, and make sure that we invest in their success. Because we know if we do invest at the start, they give back tenfold of what we gave to them in support. So that's just my initial thoughts, but happy to be part of this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And Azade, I can just piggyback on that, because I had two questions for you. One was really on the legal obstacles facing people arriving in Canada, and how some of these barriers can be mitigated, but also in your experience working for UNHCR, how does Canada's refugee policy compare globally? And if you could speak to what best practice from other countries could Canada adopt to improve support for refugees? So if you could speak to those two questions.
So barriers, I'll start with the more negative side of things. When someone does come to Canada and seeks asylum or makes that request to be recognized as a refugee, it is a long and difficult process. So their immediate need is first housing. Where do I stay? And also, what do I need to file? What is the paperwork I need to do to make sure that my process gets started so I could get a work permit, and I could also maybe get an education permit or a study permit, so I could start integrating a little bit and support myself while I'm going through that legal process. So the immediate need is shelter. Then there's legal aid needs and finding a lawyer to help you through that complex legal process that will eventually help you get a work permit. So when you file a refugee claim, it takes about 3 months to get a work permit because you have to file your paperwork up front and do a couple of medical tests before you could get a work permit. So even getting that work permit is not, it doesn't happen right away. So it takes a little bit of time. Often you're in an emergency shelter while you're doing all of that paperwork and trying to find a lawyer. So it's a very difficult process to go through when your housing situation is a bit more precarious as well. And then once you get a work permit, then you start working with a lawyer as well to provide and obtain proof for your case. Because you have a legal case to go through and you'll have a hearing in about a year or 2 years' time, you have to be able to prove that if you go back to your country of origin, to go back to your home country, you will be persecuted. And proof is not just your testimony at your hearing, it includes documentary evidence. So do you have any medical reports after you were attacked, for example? Do you have any police reports of any complaints you might have made? Do you have any proof of any of your political affiliations or activism? They require all of that evidence. And often people arrive here with nothing and none of that paperwork. You know, when you're running outside of a burning house, you're not picking up and taking papers with you. So exact same thing for asylum seekers and refugees who leave their home. They're not taking all that evidence with them. So they have to sit down and work with social workers, with lawyers, with support staff to obtain all of that from their home country or from family members, if they even have any of that documents. So when they go to their hearing, which is it could be about 3 hours to 4 hours long, or even longer if it's a more complex case, so that they could show they would suffer harm if they were sent back to their country. So that's a very difficult process to go through, and it takes time. And it's not always easy to obtain that proof for documentation. And while you're doing that whole legal process, you're trying to get stable housing, you're trying to find work and a job on a temporary work permit that's given to you, and you're trying to ensure if you have children that they could go to school and that they could be supported and have a safe and happy life while you're trying to get your status here. So it's not an easy process. And oftentimes people think, oh, you come to Canada, you make an asylum claim and you'll get accepted like that. Canada's great. But it is a complex process and it's not an easy one to go through. And I think that's a misperception often in the public that, oh, people come here and they claim asylum and that's it. It's easy. It's an easy step in the door. It is not. It is a very hard and complex process. Now, what does Canada do well? So in terms of their asylum system and the way they make decisions on whether you're a refugee or not is a really what we call the gold standard compared to other countries. We have an independent tribunal called the Immigration and Refugee Board, which makes those decisions. They are not affiliated to the government. So if someone is claiming asylum, they will go through an independent process to determine if they fit within the definition of a refugee or not. They also have, most people have access to legal aid and a lawyer that's covered through legal aid, which is very good. Given the complexity of the system, it's great that they would have access to a lawyer. So that's also something that's really good. In terms of access in Canada, that's where it's a little difficult because we are pretty isolated geographically from the conflicts around the world. So yes, we've seen an increase in claims in Canada, but compared to other countries in the world, it's not that much. Canada has only sees about 0.2% of the world's asylum seekers. Most of them, usually 75%, are in developing countries that are surrounding conflict zones. And it's really hard for them to arrive to a place like Canada. So that's a difficulty in terms of people finding safety here. It's hard to get here. In terms of our system, we also try to look at good practices that we take to other countries from Canada, which includes this independent refugee board, which has really developed expertise on how to make decisions on refugee claims. What we as UNHCR are seeing internationally is a closure of asylum space in the Western world. So luckily, Canada has not really closed its borders as much compared to a lot of countries we're seeing around the world that are starting to say, we don't want any refugees and we don't want any asylum seekers. So we're seeing it a lot in Europe now, where they're developing policies that are much more conservative and strict, and they're not respecting international legal obligations and allowing people to even request asylum. So they're trying to stop people from even arriving. And it's really unfortunate because many of the countries in Europe do not see a large number of asylum claims, and really people are in the developing world, and really the responsibility is falling a lot on these more developing countries that usually don't have as many resources as we do here in countries like Canada and Europe. So that's the challenge that we are facing right now as an international organization, is seeing that a lot of countries are starting to close their doors. A lot of the wealthy nations are starting to close their doors. So that's the conversation we're trying to have with those more wealthy nations, to say, you need to keep your doors open to make sure that people can find safety in countries that could also, support them and where they could find a more stable living as well. So that's some of the issues that we're seeing globally right now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I just want to follow up with Temi. We have a youth session tomorrow in the morning, and I hope you can also join us for that conversation. But looking at it from the lens of somebody who arrived recently, but also as a journalist and also as an activist. And I also overheard you, sorry to share, talking about your project with young girls and how you're supporting them. This conversation was really about government and the initiatives they have. I think they left. So we can talk also about what we are doing. And I would like to hear a little bit more from you in terms of what would you have liked to see as support, as a young person, as a journalist, and also, you could speak a little bit to your project and how that is helping in terms of integration, because I think you spoke a little bit about that.
Sure, I did.
All right.
Thank you so much. So I will use this mic. Thank you for that question. Just like my distinguished fellow panelist has said, where he asked the question, what are you doing as a person, as an immigrant here? What are you doing to other immigrants? Are you using your trauma to traumatize other immigrants? And this was a major thing that I personally suffered. And then, I decided that, what, in my capacity, I would assist, as many people as I can to get out of whatever situation that they were in. When I had housing issues, I was in, I started from the respite center where I was sleeping on the bench, very uncomfortable. I had a broken arm and then a knee. So imagine how sleeping on the bench for like 6-8 months, was like. What I personally would have expected to see then in my journey was, first of all, support from my fellow African, which I never got. Another thing is specialized holistic support. If the shelter had made an arrangement to say, for people who are in the shelter, who are sick, who are unable to do this, who are unable to do that, we can create, this is how we can care for them, holistically. It's not just providing a place for them to sleep or eat, right? This is the kind of care that they need, right? Other than sending me every day to the clinic where I also have to struggle with my broken knee, right? And I didn't go for my appointments often, right? So other than that, what can you do to assist the people who have specific needs? And one of the things I'm working on with my project also is holistic care, right? So it's not just about this is what we can offer you, this is what we can provide for you. What exactly does the individual need? How can we help this person holistically? When the housing issue happened, where there was an outflow and a lot of refugees were outside sleeping in the cold, there were 2 Nigerians who died, in the winter. Very painful, to be honest. And a lot of other people, my fellow Africans from other countries, I saw a lot of them who had several stories. So what I did firstly, I thought, how can I help? How can I change things? So what I did was assisted a few of them, called friends. Okay, you live around. Can you help this person while we help them get, through to central intake, whatever. If I have to pay for money for food for them, I don't mind doing it. No one was paying me to do it. But because I had gone through the experience where I wished a fellow African would look at me, not just as an African, but as a human being, and say, this is beyond my job description to just give you food and leave. Like, how can I help you? You need to remove your clothing. You have only one hand. You can't do it yourself. Can I help you? Can I go with you to the washroom to take off your clothing? I never got assistance like that, except from, when I spoke out, right? And this is one thing I always tell the young people, that I work with. So my project, it's a soon to be launched NGO. Once we get all the support that we need, we're going to launch it. Once I gather young people like that, one thing I tell them is never be afraid to ask for help, right? In Canada, there are different resources to help you. You need to go out there and take it. You can't just sit down and wait and expect things to happen, right? Or the government is going to give me this, or the government is supposed to do that, or they're supposed to do this for me. No, you go out there, find out, how can I make my life better? How can I make the life of the next person better? So these are the things that, I help them do. Once they get their work permits, while they are job searching, I contact people that I know, mothers or young people who are working, people like yourselves who go out daily, as long as they have their work permits. I just say, look, I have 2 ladies who are jobless right now. How about we come clean your house, and whatever you want to give them, just pay them. They have their work permits. This is their work permits. So they're not working illegally, but they need to pay bills. They need to eat. They need to buy, for the women here, they need to buy sanitary towels. They need to buy, this and that. The money, we appreciate the government for, the amount of money that they give us. However, realistically speaking, it is not enough. And we still pay taxes, from that money, whether we like it or not. So, this and some other things that I may not be able to share now, is what I do to not just assist young people, but also ensure that they are also catalysts of assistance to other immigrants and people around them.
Thank you so much. It's always amazing to have lived experience, or what I call lived expertise rather than lived experience. So thank you for sharing. And I want to just segue into that because I shared earlier that Chris is my colleague. What I didn't share is what I feel is the importance of allyship and meaningful allyship, to have important and meaningful allies who can come and ask you, what can I do for you? Rather than, can I save you? Who can come and ask, how can I support? How can I be an ally? How can I work in solidarity with you? I think that's one of the things as people who are newcomers into this country that we are asking for. Something that was said about, if you come here with skills from back home, if they don't want Canadian experience, they want you to also have, you know, to be, for your documents to be validated. Takes a long time to go through WES or to go through any of the universities. And through that time, you're not able to work or you're not able to get meaningful employment. But it's also critical and important to get an employer who says, yeah, talk to me. Because most of us are asking, can I be put in front of an employer so that I express myself, express my skills, talk about what I think is important for me. So I'm just saying that because it's important to have people like Chris who go out of their way to actually employ people who have credentials from outside Canada, and people who then give you an opportunity to also experience the Canadian workspace. Because, I mean, a lot of us, I know surgeons, doctors, people with PhDs who are stuck in the warehouses, and we know it's a vicious cycle. Once you're stuck there, and you become a cab driver with all your credentials simply because of a technicality. And so I felt like I needed to say that. So that, and also because we have Temi who has brought in the youth aspect of it. I also wanted you to comment a little bit also on the youth programs and how we can support you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Before I do that, I just wanted to comment on your comment because I think that I was saying to you earlier, I think that there's a real disconnect between the hiring needs that are out there right now when we as nonprofits are looking for, you know, qualified, experienced people, and you know, and the fact that there are qualified, experienced people that are waiting for the right, you know, credentialing to be able to practice. And it feels like a huge, I mean, it's good to hear that there's attention being paid to that and that there's progress being made, but you know, there's work. We are going to third-party recruiting firms to find candidates because we are trying to find people with the right, you know, skill set and training and experience, and yet we have so many people that may not even be aware of those opportunities and having a hard time connecting with them, or again the barrier of credentialing that you know, and having to wait for that. So it feels like a bit of a you know, travesty, you know, that we you know, that we have such hiring needs in the city, and yet there's so many barriers still to that.
Thank you.
Sure. What did you ask me?
So you know, you could talk a little bit about the innovative programs and initiatives that I know you spoke a little bit about that in your introduction and reflection, but really think about at-risk youth. Think about, I've seen the population of the shelters change, of the youth shelter change to an almost 95% you know, newcomers, most of them from Africa, and that has changed in the last 2 years. You know, especially in the youth shelter system. And so I'm more interested in knowing, or rather in hearing your views around what is innovative in the way you respond, the programming, and how you're able to support, especially young people who are coming with special needs.
Well, you're a director of services.
Yeah.
You can speak to that. So, you know, what I thought of earlier, it's noticeable that we have, you know, immigrant refugee seekers asylum seekers from Africa, and we're not seeing the trend from Ukraine, from, you know, from Palestine, you know, from other parts of the world. And so it really, you know, I think raises the question that, you know, what is different about that experience and what is missing, you know, because if we're wanting to approach it from an equity lens, then we want to be looking not just at reducing barriers for everybody in the same way, but looking at what are the barriers there, what are the challenges, and how do we address that experience in particular. And I don't have the answer to that, but I think that our panelists and others might have some insight, or we should at least be asking the question and looking at that more closely. So I don't know if in your experience with our services that you've come across some answers to that, or you have a thought about it, but it was your question, so I'm giving you credit for asking a very intelligent question about that. Yeah.
And I think also, because this is also a conversation we'll have tomorrow with key players in the youth sector.
Mhm.
I think we'll have one of our staff who works at the youth shelter also share a little bit more about how we've had to be, to think quickly on our
Mhm.
feet.
Absolutely.
Things like giving kids a pizza on a Friday.
Yeah.
And then
The
adapting
dietary
ourselves
needs.
to,
Mhm.
now we are working with, we have to be culturally sensitive in the way we interact with people, but also in the food. For us, Africans, food is really very important, and giving me a pizza for dinner or for lunch. I mean, I think I remember my days in the shelter, I had to eat lasagna every day. And I don't eat lasagna anymore because of that experience. So I'm thinking about that. I'm also thinking about very young people we are seeing, 16 to 24, very young, navigating the whole system on their own. So I think what I could say about it is that we think on our feet, we are adaptive, we are thinking of training. I don't want to preempt tomorrow's session.
Mhm.
So we are thinking of staff training. We are thinking of not just talking about, now we have kids from Africa, we need to give them the food. We have to think about everything. And I think Temi said holistic. We have to think about how they access healthcare. We have to think about, your average immigrant speaks 5 languages. So English is like the 5th language.
Mhm.
We have to think about those needs and expressing to people that, actually, the language of instruction from the country I come from is actually English. Maybe what you're talking about when you talk about English, you're talking about accent. And accent for me means that I can speak more than one language. And so having all those sensitivities, being able to adapt quickly, but also being able to offer support and provide support. And I think and that's why CBDoc is on the picture, is to say, actually, we can't do this on our own.
Right.
So, and maybe, that was my second question. Who are you bringing to the table to have these conversations in terms of partnerships so that, we're able to, to meet the needs of the youth that we are working with.
For sure. And I think it's helpful that we have established tables in the city for the shelter network, because there's a network of shelter providers, and then the youth shelter network in particular. And I know there's now a refugee response table that you've been a part of. So it feels like late for us to be pulling these things together, but there is an intention there to share best practices and better understand how we can be more supportive. And the other example we talked about recently is the youth with the e-bikes and sort of needing to create employment opportunities for themselves with the delivery services and those kind of things, which is creative, and we want to be supportive of that, and having to sort of find ways to be flexible around that, because we hadn't had that previously. So I think flexibility, adaptability is key, and then obviously speaking directly to people about their experience and what they need. But I do think that, going back to that question, it's worth asking ourselves what's missing, from that experience, and the city and other organizations really should be exploring that, because it's not just about shortening wait times for things and less paperwork. It may be about other resources and gaps there.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Sure.
Dennis, I want you to look at it from the LGBTQ plus lens, in terms of, and I know from a personal experience, but also from you working at Rainbow Railroad, are you seeing a difference in terms of the crisis specifically for LGBTQ plus people? I know you mentioned a little bit around even facing stigma and discrimination from other people navigating the system. But are you seeing other challenges that are faced by LGBTQ plus individuals who are, fleeing persecution? And maybe you could tell us a little bit about how you're addressing these challenges at your agency.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to earn my paycheck by promoting my organization. I work with Rainbow Railroad, and we are an international organization that supports people fleeing persecution based on just sexual orientation and taking them to safer places or safer countries. And when you mention it like that, it seems like a very straightforward thing, because I mean, there are countries where sexual minorities are persecuted. But you'll be shocked how difficult it is, even with that understanding, to get those people to safety. At Rainbow Railroad, last year alone, we received 15,000 requests for help. Those are people who are writing traumatic stories and saying, I'm gonna be killed, I'm gonna be stoned. 15,000, and we only managed to support about 8,000 because we are also resource constrained. But since then, it has only become worse, because when we were dealing with 15,000 last year, Uganda had passed a law that was, and I always correct people with that, Uganda did not pass a law criminalizing LGBT people. It passed a law recriminalizing, because it was already a crime. They just made it stronger. They just made it easier for anyone on the street to police you. But since then, we've had Ghana, we've had Iran. We are seeing different countries around parading the same laws. So we expect that this year, that number will double. But what is happening as the number is doubling, the resources are shrinking. So we're gonna have a problem. For example, we're looking at Gaza right now. That is going to be another problem. I'll be in Pakistan shortly to try and start laying the foundation for that kind of support. That is going to be a problem too, but the resources are shrinking. And that is a challenge for governments like Canada, who actually want to support, but are very few. You'll find that there are only about a dozen countries who are actually willing to support. They cannot take on the burden of all the 160 countries where people are fleeing from. So it's a challenge for countries like this. And we need to understand, when we're making this request, that yes, when there's a war in Ukraine, Canada and the US must step up. When there's a problem in Gaza, Canada and the US must step up. When there's a law passed in Iraq, Canada and the US must step up. Like, everything is Canada and the US. And then we're going to have government officials running away from the office and being like, yes, it's too much. So it's stressful, it's painful, and sometimes it looks like there's no light at the end of the tunnel. But the few, like I said, about 8,000 who get here, then have the challenge of how to resettle, because there are people who plan their journeys, and then there are people who just have to run. We just have to run. You didn't come with your papers, you didn't come with anything. You get here and then you start calling people home. Go to the room, break the door, and under the mattress, there's an envelope, please post it to me. And then it's gonna take forever to come here, and then you have to verify it. When people come here and they have nothing, and then they have to start over, and I was supporting a newcomer 2 weeks ago who came and she was stuck. She was literally at the airport and she was like, where do I go to now? She needed somewhere to sleep just for that night, for starters. She didn't know anything. And I looked at her and I was like, I've never been in her situation, because at least when I came to Canada, I knew people. There are people I could call. She did not know a single person to call, but she got the chance and ran away, and now that she's here now. How does that person start? Who does she call? And everyone was calling, like, they're telling me, tell her to call Central Intake. I'm like, she does not have a Canadian line. Central Intake, you can't call Central Intake on WhatsApp. She doesn't have a Canadian line. How does that person start? Who is going to hold her hand and say, for the first 48 hours, this is how you survive? That's the challenge we're having with people who come here. How are they going to survive? When you have trans people being put in the wrong shelters, because this is what your passport says. How are we dealing with such issues? I'll give you a testament of my own. When I came to Canada and I was given a caseworker, my understanding was this caseworker is going to guide me in terms of employment, in terms of how to settle. So I thought it was prudent on me to put together my resume and my bio and give it to my caseworker so that the caseworker knows who they are dealing with. When I went to have a conversation with the caseworker, the things the caseworker was telling me just proved to me that he had not read my resume. He had not read my bio, because he was like, you know, you can do PSW training. I was like, listen, I like caring about people, but if I see blood, I'm going to faint with the patient. So no, I don't want to do that. And yes, I might own properties, but I did not build those properties. I paid someone to build those properties. So I don't know how to do construction. But do me a favor, read my resume. Stop pushing me to things I don't know how to do. Support me to do things. And that's the thing, with the challenge we're having with the LT people we're bringing here. We are pushing them to give interviews, to tell their life stories, to be activists. No, being a minority does not mean you should be an activist. They have expertise of their own. And instead of supporting them to be the best they can in something they know, we are pushing them to do something we want them to be. And that's the biggest failure of the system today. We bring in people and saying, you can't be a nurse because you don't have Canadian experience. And when COVID happens, okay, now you can be a nurse. now you can be a nurse. Now that we need nurses, you can be a nurse. So let's ask people, what is your interest? And support them in that interest. And right now, even at Railway Road, we are not doing that. We are not doing that. We are bringing people, and the settlement program is just all over the place. And we need to sit down and have truthful conversations about how we look at the newcomers and ask them, how do I hold you, and which direction do you want to go? What seat do you want to take? Do you want to take the red one or the white one? Not being like, you know, you take this one because it's the one at the front. Just ask them, which seat do you want to take? And that is what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dennis. I think I just want to ask Azade one question, and then I'll now turn it over to the audience to ask their own questions. I know maybe Ali, at some point, you might also want to speak to that there are so many people who would have been with us today, but they were denied visas, and we know some will get them 3 months after the conference, and how that is also, you know, a bit of a challenge. And so maybe Azade, if you're still with us, do you have any comment around that? And I think you did, or one of the speakers earlier, keynote speaker, spoke a little bit about that, about the restrictive visa regimes. And we know now from the politics and the rhetorics we had last year that deliberately people who are applying for visas from Africa would not get them. We know that. And so I think that's the response from what happened last year. But maybe, I know you're in Ottawa and maybe you're closer to power than us, Azade, so any comment on that?
It's a little harder to read the mind of the government on their policy regarding visas, but we do know that we got an increase in claims from Africa, specifically because they had a temporary policy to relax visa approvals. So they could get through a backlog. So they got more visas issued from countries that may be more refugee-producing countries. And then so people arrived and they made refugee claims. And I do know that the government, and they've been very public about this, have said that they want to go back. They ended that temporary policy once they got rid of the backlog in their visa application process, and are now back to having a more strict test on visa approval rates. And of course, because the way that Canada processes visitor visas, for instance, or study visas or work visas, they look at whether the individual can prove that they will go back home when the application is being processed. So it's much more difficult to get visas from countries that are more developing, which, you know, has been criticized a lot. because it's harder to prove that you will go back home. People don't necessarily have property, or they don't have as much money in their bank accounts as someone in a Western country. So it's just much more difficult for individuals, you know, from the African region, but even the Middle Eastern region, to get visas to come to Canada, because at the front end, immigration is going to say, well, we think you might make a refugee claim, so we're just going to stop you from even coming. These are measures that we often call in the international legal world or international refugee world interdiction measures. So they're semi-legal, semi-customary. They're not exactly, there's not exactly any international law against that. But in general, UNHCR does say you cannot penalize someone for the way in which they arrived in a country and are making an asylum claim. So after they arrive in Canada using a visitor visa, for example, and make an asylum claim, you cannot make it harder on them to integrate, for example, or you cannot detain them because you want to penalize them for the way in which they arrive here. Canada does not do that. But we also encourage countries not to impose strict visa processes and what we call interdiction processes to stop people from even getting here in the first place. Unfortunately, our arguments against policies like that, or against you know, types of policies that will stop people from even getting here, are much weaker, because there's not a lot in international law that we could argue and use against them. Because countries have the right to decide on their border policy prior to someone actually arriving on the land and saying, I want protection. So it's a little harder for us to advocate for the federal government to not impose strict visa requirements, but it's something that we do talk to them sometimes about and ask them about. But it's a little bit more of a gray area in the legal field. I wanted to add one more thing in hearing the panel as well, and maybe mention a good practice that we do see in some countries in Europe, for instance, when someone does arrive, and I forgot to mention it earlier. We are seeing in some countries the use of what they call reception centers for asylum seekers, refugee claimants. So what these reception centers are in places like Germany, Spain, they're residential centers that are meant to be temporary. People could come and go from them when they come into the country and claim asylum, but they provide holistic services. So it's not just a residential facility. At that place, you could get legal assistance, you could get help finding a job, you could get medical assistance, you could get assistance with any mental health issues you may be having, finding a therapist, for instance. So it's a holistic wraparound service that asylum claimants in those countries get. And it's something that we've been speaking sometimes to different governments about here in Canada. How do you put in place a system like that here that's similar to a reception center? And I think Canada's started to dip their toes into that a little bit with the announcement of opening a Peel Reception Center and seeing if they could provide a bit more support when people do arrive. And that is a good practice that we do see in some countries that could be replicated here and could avoid seeing again what we saw last year with people sleeping out in streets, and have a bit more of a planned response when people do arrive to Canada. So I just wanted to add that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll take a few questions from the audience.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Is it afternoon? Yes, it is. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being here. This is a great opportunity for us to. Okay. It's a pleasure being here. I'm listening to the information that is being shared on the platform. First and foremost, I'd like to humbly apologize to our refugees, asylum seekers that are here. Canada is a beautiful country. Yes, I came here when I was 11, so I'm speaking from my truth. I've never experienced the things that you've experienced, but I want you to bear in mind, because we have a tendency to like to look at other groups and compare ourselves. And we compare ourselves to the Ukrainians who came in. I want you to remember this. they were prepared for. Are you hearing me? They were prepared to come to this country by our government. So preparation was made where they're going to live, where they're going to stay, how they're going to get around. They had a community. Our people, there was no preparation. We didn't know you were coming. So please forgive us. We did the best that we can. The churches weren't ready, but they did what they could do. Now, the lady on the screen made mention, I'm so sorry, I can't recall your name, so please forgive me. Asade, thank you. You said there is 144,000, I believe, numbers of refugees that came in last year. So ironic, I'm thinking of something else. I would like for you, if you can, give us the status or the data as to how many of those refugees are from the region of Africa. That's one. Two, these asylum seekers that are coming in from Africa, they're not just asylum seekers. They are educated men and women. I want you to remember that. They are educated men and women. We are going through a process in this country where we're seeing baby boomers retiring. We're doing a lot of LMIAs. We need people to come in to work. We need to look at who's on the ground. So they're coming in two different areas. They're seeking asylum because they're running away from an issue or problem. Two, they're highly educated, which this country needs. Am I right? So y'all need to clap because it's about you. And so when we are looking at those application and their narratives, some of them had to literally, as you said, they had to flee without even packing a bag, without getting their papers, because they're running away from something that is happening into their lives. We can't just look at them as case studies. We have to be able to look at each case individually and see what their needs are. Our people are very educated. However, they do not know how to navigate certain things. They're going to lack certain information that you're asking for because they don't know. And sometimes it's very challenging when they get to that port of entry. That immigration officer that is there is not always friendly, and that's just the truth, if I'm being honest. And we have to take that into consideration because they're human beings as well, and they're there to protect the borders. Sometimes they're going through their days, and whatever issues that they're facing, it also resonates upon the person who's making that claim. So we need to be able to have people who can look like, identify with their issues, and address those issues accordingly. You know, we have not called amnesty in a while. I can't even recall how long, but we need to look at who we have on this soil. For the last 10 years, I want you to go back into your data and look how many persons have migrated here and who is the largest population that has come into this country. I know who they are, right? The African Caribbean community are highly educated people. And they are hard workers. They're determined to get to their destination in a sense that whatever the countries need, they're willing to work, and they're hard worker. We need to give them those opportunities. So we need to, when we're assessing their application, look at it in twofold. Not just asylum seekers. Look at what they can do for this country because our baby boomers are retiring. Attrition rate is going where? Down or up? Up. So we need to look at the people that are here and stop saying we don't have, and look at the data and look at who are the people that we're bringing into this country. So please, I'd like you to answer my first question though, in regards to the status as to how many Africans through your data, 144,000, how many of them are Africans that came through last year? Thank you so much.
Thank you. So
Azadeh has an answer for us.
So I'll go through the statistics, and if I could share my screen, actually, if that will be possible. So I do have statistics even for this year. I don't know if I could share all of them from last year, and these are publicly available statistics, so I could also share afterwards as well, a more detailed set. But the top nationalities that we are seeing, and this is, keep in mind, Canada gets a pretty diverse set of claimants. So this year, from January to February, the top nationalities are India, Mexico, Bangladesh, Nigeria, and Haiti. But 51% of claimants, asylum claimants, come from over 60 different countries. Similar to last year, the top nationalities were Mexico and India, for instance, and then 50 or so odd percent were coming from 60 different countries. But we did see an increase in African nationalities, and I'll go over that here. So these are all trends from the African source countries that we saw. So from January 2023 to January, February 2024, you will see increases in African nationalities coming to Canada to claim asylum. They are not the main source country, but you see an increase and then a decrease, right? So while the temporary policy on visa applications was put in place and they were approving more visas, you saw increases in African nationalities, such as Nigeria, Kenya, Senegal, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Guinea, Cameroon, DRC, Algeria, and Ghana. So those were the increases we saw. And then once the temporary policy ended, we started seeing a decrease, but we will still probably get we'll get some African nationalities still coming in, even with the ending of the temporary visa policy, because when visas are issued, they usually are valid for a number of years until the person travels here. So we might still see, a certain number of African nationalities coming to Canada. So in that top 5, for example, Nigeria is still there this year. So we may still see certain nationalities able to come to Canada under a visa and then make an asylum claim. Haiti is still up there in the top source country, not from the African continent, but we've always had claimants from Haiti. And things are not going well in Haiti at all right now. So they are a refugee producing country. So we may continue to see claims from Haiti, but it's a little bit more difficult for them to get here now because typically Haitians usually do arrive through the US and then come up to Canada. But the US has effectively closed their southern border with Mexico, for instance. So it's a lot more difficult for people from the Haitian region and even from African countries to arrive here, because sometimes they do make that full trip from Latin America all the way north up to the US-Mexico border, and then from the US to Canada. So we're seeing those policies along the US-Mexico border impacting some of the nationalities that we do get here as well. And then I will see if I could share with you as well in terms of where people arrive. The majority are arriving in Ontario and Quebec. So it used to be Quebec being number 1, but now Ontario surpassed Quebec. And those are the provinces where the majority of people are actually arriving and settling in. And then you'll see a few in BC and Alberta, but not as many. And then in terms of people getting acceptance and acceptance rates in Canada at the Immigration Refugee Board, just to flag, it's pretty high. So we have currently a 72% acceptance rate. It's gone down a little bit to 66%. But keep in mind, these are cases that arrived about 2 years ago that are being processed. So it takes about 2 years to get a decision. So I'm anticipating, to be honest, that the acceptance rate at the Immigration Refugee Board may decline, just because we're getting more claims from countries that are not usually refugee-producing countries, such as India and Bangladesh, which have lower acceptance rates typically. So we may see the acceptance rate at the Immigration Refugee Board decline. And one point on your second point about these people, people who do come to claim asylum, they do have skills and come with experience. And you're absolutely right. And a good practice that we as UNHCR have seen in other countries. For example, in Latin America, we've seen countries like Mexico providing asylum seekers with work relocation opportunities. So they arrive in the southern part of the country, but they form partnership. The government has formed partnerships with different employers, and they say, well, to move you away from the border and get you settled in different parts of the country and ensure you're settling in a region that could support you as well, we'll offer you a work opportunity according to your skills in this other part of the country, in the north part of the country, for example. So they're kind of internal labor types of programs that certain countries in Latin America have put in place for asylum seekers that are really looking at their skills and what they could contribute and what kind of work they could give people. So while they're going through the process, they're able to be able to contribute as well. So those types of programs that we're seeing a lot of innovation in the developing world, Canada has a lot to learn from them and could learn on how to put those practices in place here. So I'll end there.
Thank you, Azade. Though again, clarification, Mr. Amhari. What percentage of Africans, once again, from your statistics? Please, just a number. We can't hear, Morris. Of the 14,000 mentioned, what is the African percentage?
Out of the 144,000 mentioned?
Yes, please.
Sorry, can you? Out of the 144,000 mentioned, I'd have to calculate that. I don't have the statistic on the top of my head right now.
Okay.
But
and any percentage by any chance? Do you have a percentage?
India, Mexico, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Haiti, and then 51% come from over 60 countries. So you could see, African populations did make a small increase last year. Now they're going down again, but they are not the majority in terms of asylum claims right now in Canada.
Thank you. I have another question here, unless you have a point to put across, please.
You're our timekeeper, so how are we doing in terms of
We are doing good as long as that table is not set. We are doing good.
Okay.
So let's utilize this chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much for really enjoying this conversation. But for me, mine is not a question, it's just to add on, I'll call it was harassment early. So one of our delegates who was able to get in on Tuesday, they called us and asked, and the CBSA officer asked us, she was a lady, did you invite your friends to come and seek asylum? I don't understand what are the objectives of this conference. So me and Ali, we first kept silent for like a minute, thinking, how should we respond to this lady? Like, I'll be honest, I got so pissed. I even wanted to throw the phone down because I found it like being inappropriate, disrespectful, and discriminated, So Ali had to calm me down, and we actually went through making a presentation of the concept note, the objectives of the conference. But when we told her we are working hand in hand with the Minister of Immigration, Skills and Development, which Uta is here representing, and the minister also had a representative, she's like, okay, all right, I'm going to let your delegate in, but I hope the delegate has come for the rightful, legitimate purpose. And that was the end of the call. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and I want that to be written in the report. We went ahead and wrote to immigration because this conference was given a special events code. So we have been having back and forth communication with IRCC, and we raised that. The response was actually a quick response. They said they don't have the decision to allow anybody into the country. It is Canada Border Services Agency, but they have shared our concerns. So my question would be, how long shall we be having this? Shall we be just continue having this conversation? And I think we should speak about these things. We don't speak about them because even us as asylum seekers, as far as we arrive at the airport, we are already timid, we have fear. they're asking you questions. How much do you have? Where are you going to stay? You know, such inappropriate questions. And he works with the government of Uganda. So he said, I'm here. I was given permission because you have to ask for leave. And he's working with different refugees in his department. So for me, it was really, really disappointing. And Ali, you want to add something?
Just a footnote. Actually, I really feel sad this morning. I would really have loved to speak and contribute, but I'm still sad. And I think the reason that's why I'm really sad is one of us actually, I don't know if by any chance, Mohari, you remember Chris, you shared, Chris is from Malawi. Yeah, you shared, a panel together at our launch. So on Canada Day, Chris got deported back, to Malawi. Even right now, we're unsure whether it's safe. But that's something that actually and I think maybe this is something also we need to sort of talk about, because he's an activist. He's been through a lot. Actually, why I really feel sad is because I think I'm trying to come in contact with the situation, but also to kind of I blame myself that I feel maybe we didn't do enough, but even much as we tried. Yeah, but the footnote I wanted to add, and maybe just to share the experience we had, you can literally see that, for example, the special events coordination unit of the Ministry of IRCC, very professional. They know what, the concept is of the conference, but then the officers at the border points, for them, it's another sort of situation. If, in fact, what my conclusion was that I think they literally want to pin you, to make you contradict yourself and use that as a basis to deny you either entry or put you. Yeah, but thank you so much for the wonderful conversation.
Thank you. I think we had one more question.
Thank you. This question is for Azadeh. Azadeh, you spoke about a study on refugees, and I'd like to know where I can get access to it. As well, I've seen your PowerPoints that you were reviewing. Is there a possibility to get access to that and other stats on refugees?
So I could share the link with the conference organizers, but our report, it's all available on our website. It's called Refugees Are Good for Canada. And that talks about the integration of all refugees. So those who came as asylum seekers and were accepted as refugees, and those who were resettled to Canada through our government-assisted resettled program. It looks at that. And we also, all of our statistics about the asylum system are on our website as well. So I'll make sure to share the link with the conference organizers to distribute.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the questions. We have one more.
Do we have time for one more? Yeah? A minute?
Yeah,
all right, a
we
minute.
can have one more. Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, my thought. I wanted to know in reference to the UN. The UN came out with, I can't recall exactly, but it's something in regards to the anti-racism within Canada. And they're investigating how we are treating or how we are determining how we address the the Black experience. So that's something I really want us to look at. And with the government pouring fundings within Black anti-racism, that is also impacting the groups of African migrants that are here, I'm going to say that, and how we treat these ones, because they make up the population as well. So we need to look at that. We want to have a clean slate. The Canada that I know then is not the Canada that is now today. How it treats people, it's not the same. And I came here during the early 70s, and it's not the same. So we need to look at how we're treating people, the decisions that are being made on people's lives, and how they can contribute to this country and the growth and development. So we need to look at what the UN is saying about this country, because we have not shown how we truly are as a people. When it comes to both government, provincial and federal, making decision in regards to the community of asylum seekers, you need to also be speaking to the agencies that are doing the work on the ground. You cannot make decision without connecting with those bodies of people who are seeing what's happening on the ground. They're not, again, textbook babies. They are people, they're not cattle. They have lived experience, and we need to be able to address those. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe Azadeh, you could quickly respond to that and your final comments for today.
So regarding that comment, that's definitely a different UN body. There's a UN body on the elimination of discrimination. So I could share their of racial discrimination. So I could share their website and their links as well. And they did do studies on Canada in the past, so it'd be maybe very useful for you to take a look. And definitely, I do agree, you should always talk to the people doing the work on the ground. They know what the needs are. They know who's coming, what their stories are, and they actually, you know, they're dealing on a human level with people on a day-to-day basis. And often, especially federal government, sometimes they're a bit more removed from that, right? They're in their offices here in Ottawa, and they're not as connected. So I do agree that consulting with people who are actually providing the services and meeting with people in the different communities that are arriving is always an important part of the work that governments should be doing. So I think that's probably what I wanted to end with. I will for sure make sure I've been looking at the list of the African nations and putting down the numbers. So I'll give you the calculation of the percentage for last year. And of course, those website links and those resources, and happy to make my email available if anybody has any further questions in the future. Please get in touch. Happy to respond directly as well. Thank you so much for the invitation, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. So any final comments?
Yes, so my final comments would be as regards the unfortunate experience that the founders of CBDoc experienced, you know, with their colleague. My question, or just a food for thought, would be, first of all, we're talking about holistic care. How about we request to the government of Canada, thank you anyways for what they've been doing so far for refugees. You know, they're doing a great job, but it's obvious that, you know, more, you know, we require more to be done, right? It can never, it can't be enough. They are doing, but it's not enough. So how about you fund or put more resources, invest more resources to the Black community, Black-run organizations who actually understand the pain of the average Black refugee, Black-run organizations who actually understand how to communicate with these people without them feeling intimidated, without them feeling, okay, I don't want to do too much because, like, I'm not even sure about my status here yet. You know, I don't want my record to show that I am not useful to the country. Right? How about having a one-directional credibility source, right? And not continuously questioning the credibility of these Black-run organizations that are assisting refugees, that are assisting Black immigrants, that are assisting the people that actually need the care or actually can provide the holistic care that these immigrants need? That is my question, and I would appreciate if, people in government who are in specific positions can work on this. Also training the people who are in social services, training them, helping them have the knowledge, trauma-informed knowledge of how to assist people who are actually traumatized. Thank you so much.
Dennis.
Thank you. My takeaway is simply building community. Let's strive to build strong communities. And I'd like to thank Cividoc for being part of this process. So when you create a community, you create a constituency. And when you create a constituency, you create a powerful voice that can be listened to. And how you create a community is by constantly engaging. What is happening right now is that when people come into the country, they are part of the community, they are part of these marches, they are part of these conferences. When they get their hearings and become permanent residents, we do not see them anymore. That is not how we create communities, because then you leave the heavy lifting to a few people. So we have to always go back and re-engage new people, because the people we engaged last year got their papers and disappeared. So let's keep engaged even beyond our papers, because this community we are building is not only to support you during your hearing, it's supposed to support you way beyond and support your children and your children's children. Let's create a strong community by being engaged even after we get our papers.
Oh, now that I smell lunch, I don't really have any closing. I guess my only last thought is that I appreciate all of the data and the statistics, and it's helpful to hear. It's still confusing to me that if the refugees and asylum seekers we're talking about make up a small percent of the numbers, then why are we seeing disproportionately higher representation in the shelter system and homelessness? So there's something to figure out there. I think that that takes a joint effort, because I think that it's great that churches step up, it's great that nonprofits step up, but there's a way that we're not we're being reactive and not really understanding what's been going on and coming up with long-term solutions.
Hazade seems to have something to say on the screen. She's literally putting her hand up.
Sorry.
We have food as a day. We are not thinking anymore. Food is here.
In response to that, why are we seeing a greater number of the African nationalities in shelters and in homelessness shelters? I think one of the reasons, I don't have statistics on this, and the reason why, very hard data to explain it, but to be honest, a lot of the other countries that do arrive and claim refugee status, such as India, Bangladesh, Mexico, often they already have a family here. Or came on a visa with the family inviting them, or friends that invite them, so they have a place to stay. So often they come and they stay with those family members that invited them, and they just stay there. And often what we see on the African nationality side is they don't have the connection in Canada and don't have anywhere else to stay, so they have to resort, unfortunately, to the shelter system, and it falls through the cracks, right? So that's what I've seen anecdotally, speaking to people, and asking if they have, going around and asking people, do you have family here? Do you have any connections here? And often for the ones that we do see in the shelter system are people who arrive without any connections. And the larger majority of people from India, for example, that are arriving and claiming asylum already do have some kind of connection, or coming on a student visa and have kind of housing already through a university, for instance. So that's maybe anecdotally an explanation. I don't think it gives you a solution to anything, but a little bit of an explanation as to why we see a disproportionate number of African nationalities in the shelter and emergency shelter system. So sorry, I just want to provide that context a little bit. And you're right, we need a solution for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So tomorrow we also have another panel. These will be with the service providers, mostly working in the shelter system. So we hope to see you there too, to continue this conversation in terms of solutions. But I want to thank you all for honoring the invite and participating, and also to thank the audience and our IMC. Thank you very much.
A pleasure. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm very big on PR, so I'm going to request you to stand up and they take a gorgeous picture of you. For those that are the picture people, where are you? Take a good picture of them standing, because I know you were seated, but it will be nice. And then we can have the founders of CB Talk as well. It's very important. You don't get people like this every day. Maybe let's go down. That would look much better. Please, please, please. Thank you. Home test Uganda, I'm waiting for that finger. Perfect. Perfect. Yep. Thank you. Team CB Doc, please come on stage with your panelists, because I know you guys have been in touch for the last how many months, God knows. But this was successful, so congratulations to both of you. You're going to take a nice picture before our food is getting cold. Hurry up, guys. Absolutely. Oh, yes, you got to put us a day in the picture, so maybe move to the screen. She's got to be in it. Okay. Do you fear each other? What's happening? No. Community is the word. A little elbow. See? That picture is going on your website, guys. Yes. Perfect. See, now the photographer is becoming technical. Our food is getting cold, so we need to finish. I'm going to let them have their moment, and then I'll go and they make me famous. Oh, yeah, I have to get a picture. What is this? Okay. No. We are not done. I want this picture. I think food is ready. Yeah. Thank you so much. Take your seats. That was amazing. Thank you. And as we take our seats and prepare to go have our lunch, we're going to we're having a sort of, again, a snack or an icebreaker or just something to breathe, yeah? Because we've been sitting and listening. So our brains are not there right now. Food is here, I know. But we have an amazing poem from an amazing young lady by the names of Miss Angela Nakaiwa. Would you please come and grace us with your presence with a beautiful poem? A round of applause as she comes to the stage, please. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Angela Nakaiwa. I'm a community social worker. I work with Good Shepherd, with the marginalized people. I hope they meet their needs. I'm here anyway to present a poem about immigrants. I hope you all gain insight from it, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. We are immigrants. We are a country where people of all backgrounds, all nations of origin, all languages, all religions, all races can make a home. When we came from across, what were our dreams of a new life to be? Leaving home was such a big step, hopeful for a better future without regret. We left family, never to be seen again, 1,000 miles away without a friend, where our tears are shed in loneliness and making do for the best. Did we put down new roots in a new land to raise our family and make new plans? We came to terms between this land and you, now part of the country our whole life through. Shall we have peace is the question. We come into this world with no clue where we show up, born without consent, yet to live we must. Some are born lucky, all clouds aligned for their survival, for happiness. Some are born entrapped, everywhere bound, happiness distant, in a big tiny world. Designed to search for happiness, borders were cracked, to be happy too. Doors are slammed of lucky neighborhoods, are hungry mouths, frightening them. Sharing is scary, evolutionary traits of self-preservation competing with love. Boundaries we build, reasons we find to protect us from the troubled. Our luck and privilege we attribute to effort. Indeed, we choose where to be born. They choose to be born in countries at war. They chose the mess. They deserve suffering. Slam the door, sip your beer. That refugee sent to hell. But will you sleep? Will you find peace? Amidst desperation, will the beer work? Is anyone safe in a world of gross inequalities? Do fences serve? Didn't someone say that when the poor are left with nothing to eat, they will eat the rich? In any case, let us be eaten if nothing human is left in us. Thank you all for listening.
That's beautiful. Wow.
And I do have a food for thought for the day. It's just something we can learn, all of us. We must open the doors and we must see to it they remain open so that others can pass through. In other words, let's have an open door that allows Black indigenous people of color to hold a position of power. Thank you.
Yes. If only I could fit in that jacket. If only. So my birthday is next year. Put it in. I'll give you my size. Thank you so much, Miss Angela. Another round of applause. That was beautiful. You must keep the doors open so that other people may come through or go through. That's very important. Well, it's been so far. It's been a good session, yeah? This has been really nice. And I think now our throats and tummies are ready to be a part of this discussion as well. So, courtesy of Home Taste Uganda, we are going to enjoy a very sumptuous meal, and she says we are ready. So I'm going to request founder and co-founder, president and vice president. You understand these things. The honors are not easy, my friend. You think you just get titles. You have to take people to eat food. So I'm going to request you, please, to everybody stand up. I know we're not quite a large number, but I think table by table. Yeah, so let's just go have a meal, please. You're most welcome. Bon appetit, everybody. And please stay for the afternoon session. It's going to be nice. I know you'll be full, but it's going to be worth it. Thank you. DJ, please.
Olo bakinine, olo bakinine mamo, olo bakinga na funa kayo, na mobali nayo, olo bakinga na salaka kisefe, alibala na pino. Olo bakinine, olo bakinine mamo, olo bakinga na funda kayo, na mobali na yo, olo bakinga na salaka kisefe, alibala na pino.
Madiluti kaye aloba makambo ye asalaka ayebaka te babalabala ye atambolaka bato bamonaka ye bandako ye akotaka bamiro andako efundaka ye na bakwe nyonso ye atelemaka bashofer taxi bamonaka ye mpona nini apanza yo sango alobi yo osalaka kisefe
moto nakotelaka yo mamu eyeye ngai moto nayebi basekele mamu eyeye lelo nakomi moto mabe mamu eyeye oyebi ntango eninaka o mamu eyeye okokanisa ngai mamu nake ata ofingi ngai ndumba mamu
Oh mamu, nakamwe vraiment mamu. Nakalisa kozaka mina ngai ya motema. Po oyebi ke nayebi ba secret na yo nyonso. Eloko ekamwisi nga lelo mamu. Oke kofinga ngai epai ya Musa. Olobi ngai nazali ndumba. Vraiment mamu, oyebi ngai nabalaka na divorça na bota bongo soki lelo yo mamu moto atiaka motema obandi kofinga ngai ndumba kindumba ezali maladi te kindumba ezali punition te mamu yo mwasi ya libala nakamwaka yo okotambola na kabambi ya sakame na kati ya saki wana kabambi ya liputa brosse à dents le comme dog de voyage lipapa ya se epele ya makasi mamu oyebi epai ndonga nazalaka buvard po mipai eno nyonso ata mobali no akutoka kosola na mobali okolobaka aza mobali na ngai me nalinga kokoma libala na bino te mpo nalingaka bokokolokana na bosembo olio nakotobala botala mwasi ya ndumba auti oboma libala ya mwasi oyo ya bala
eloko nini okoluka o mamu eyeye eloko nini okoluka o mamu eyeye siniasilosilozwa mamu lana nzela ya libala o mamu lana nzela ya libala o mamu eyeye yango ebandisa yo na koto mamu eyeye tika kokosa mobali na yo mamu soki ya telefone loba obimaka
mamu awa sosoki nalobi nakumbi ngambo mpo naza ndumba yo moko oyebisa ngai mobali no atino na poto mpo oya kobokolo bana yango napesi yo signature ekoma yo awa oyebisi na mobali na telefone yango 2 fois par jour na 6 heures du matin na minuit après minuit soki atelefone yo okamati kisi ya bango opompe ndako mobimba mpo bana balala ti ntango yo kozonga mpo oyebi ke mobali na telefone na 6 heures du matin ntango atelefonaka yo yoka ndenge oyebisaka na mobali na yo
Allo, papa, soto na biso na malamu kante bana yo wa moyen te vraiment mwana ya mokia mobala sweli yo papa azokamsanga bima poto kotia na sani yatalaka te na yo apamba mona mapele moke kwasuka mwana bya moyen te mataka mona mokia lokwa mona ayebisaka ngai papa bana na makambo na loba te nakotimela
yo moko osalaka mabe o mamu yo moko osalaka mabe obangaka mobali na yo te mamu olongola respe na yo mamu nakamarade mobali na yo mamu obangaka bango te mamu lelo lingi bainuma anga na sekile mamu
o mamu kindumbu oza kofinga ngai mosele mobimba oketi na pari osilisi ngai otindi mokinga na kisasa mosusu otindi na paza kindumbu eza mission te mamu oyeba mamu esui ngai nalingaki dayo nafunda yo mamu inutile nafunda yo nakamati obe filme ya makambo nyonso ya mabe oyo osalaka natekisi yango epai yo po azikisela ngai filme wana mamu koma ngai ndenge bakomaka yesu na kuluze sete mibale na maboko sete moko na lokolo mamu ozali mwasi libala okamwisaka ngai na monoko ozali ndoki ozali kinsekwa ozali molinyororo mamu nini nakoba mpo na yo exemple nini okopesa mpona basi na bala exemple ezali te awa balo bakongo nga nazali ndumba nakotambwa na mwasi ya libala yango nakopesa makanisi mabe ezali nde yo moko moto oza na makanisi ya mabe
ngai moto nakotelaka yo ngai moto nayebi basekele lelo nakomi moto mabe mamoye oyebi tango ekinaka mamo okokanisanga mamo nakeye ata ofingi ngai mama ngai moto nawelaka yo mamu ngai moto nakupelaka yo ngai moto nabundelaka yo lelo nakonene misire mamueye oyebi tango endindaka mamo okokanisa ngai mamo nakeye lanazela ya libala o mamuye
matiludika ye aloba ye makambo mike ye asalaka ayebaka te bakulere andako efundaka ye bato bamonaka ye lelo apanzanga esango afinganga nazali ndumba kindumba ezali maladi te kindumba ezali punition te kindumba na ngai nazwaka kindumba na ngai bayebi nakosaka moto te mpona nini apanga yo sango alobi yo osalaka bisefe mamu mokolo mosusu ntongo etaneli yo epai mosusu mpo olalaki na ndako te odevanse mobali na yo otelefone ye avant 6 heures mpo olobaka ozali na mwana moke na kati ya hopital azali malade
yo moko osalaka mabe mamuye yo moko osalaka mabe obanaka mobali Nilikuelezeaka o mama, fatu wangu mama, nilikuelezeaka o mama, fatu wangu mama, mapenzi ya kwetwe haitakawiaka mama, mapenzi ya kwetwe haitakawiaka mama, tabia yako na yangu haisikilizane. Tabia yako na yangu haisikilizane. Unaona sasa we mama. Unaona sasa we mama. Unapenda kuvaa, mimi sina namna ufatue. Unapenda kula vizuri, mimi sina pesa ufatue. Nipe mali, sizoweye, niwe mtu nipate dawa ya pesa. Niwe mtu atanifunga, niwe mtu zambi kwa Mungu Baba. Kama unipende weye, wende lote mama. Kama unipende weye, wende lote mama. Shauri yako, shauri yako we, shauri yako, shauri yako we. Shauri yako wende lote sena wangu, siwezi kuwa mtu mama, zambi kwa Mungu Baba yo. Siwezi kuwa mtu mama, zambi kwa Mungu Baba yo. Shauri yako, shauri yako we, shauri yako, shauri yako we, shauri yako wende lote sena wangu, siwezi kuwa mtu mama, zambi kwa Mungu Baba yo. Siwezi kuwa mtu mama, zambi kwa Mungu Baba yo. Wende lote sena wangu. Nipe mali watanifunga, niwe mtu zambi kwa Mungu Baba. Kama unipende weye, wende lote mama. Kama unipende weye, wende lote mama. Shauri yako, shauri yako we, shauri yako, shauri yako we. Shauri yako wende lote sena wangu, siwezi kuwa mtu mama, zambi kwa Mungu Baba yo. Siwezi kuwa mtu mama, zambi kwa Mungu Baba yo. Oh, sena wangu, wende lote sena. Wende lote mtamaso. zambi kwa Mungu Baba, kama nipende weye, wende lote mama, kama nipende weye, wende lote mama. Nipe mali watanifunga, niwe mtu zambi kwa Mungu Baba, kama nipende weye, wende lote mama, kama nipende weye, wende lote mama. Shauri yako, shauri yako weye, shauri yako.
In the hills of Zion, we find our peace. We just love.
Is everybody enjoying their meal? Yeah? Oh yeah, home test Uganda. Sandro, I want to see you. Come and wave unto us. Like we say where I come from. I hope everybody's having a good time. And in the next 7 minutes, we're preparing to receive some presentations from amazing people. So I know you're still enjoying your meal, but I hope that you'll be able to pay attention nonetheless. Those that are still standing, I'm going to request you to come forward and you take seats. In the next 7 minutes, 7 minutes, we shall be resuming with our next session. Otherwise, you're most welcome, and I hope that you're enjoying yourselves. Time check, 1:53. I will be back at exactly 2 p.m. Thank you. I wasn't paid for that. Hello, 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 bonjour. Hola. Assalamu alaikum. What other language? Ni hao. Ni hao. Yeah. People who are still getting food, Pastor Jumba and your constituents, Pastor Jumba and your constituents, come forward, please. Come and have a seat. If you're getting round 2, please get it and sit down. That is great because all that food has got to go. So I'm hoping that we can finish it. Thank you once again, Home Test Uganda. Our volunteers, if you can move around and take away some plates which are still on the table, that would be great. Mrs. Sembeguya, you're too far. Please come forward. There are seats here. Please. This is the last session of the day, so I'm calling on everybody. There are seats on the front, at the front, please. Sabrina, I see you. Come forward. Mr. Perry, come forward. I need everybody to come forward. There can't be an empty seat in front of you. You have to sit in the front. If there is an empty seat in front of you, I need you to sit where the empty seat is. Representative Karaka Foundation, I see you. There's a seat that is empty in front of you. Founder, Banyachitara Heritage, Javet, come forward, please. I beg. Because I don't want to leave space. I don't want to see space. Because our videos, guys, remember, we are in the age of videos. The place has to be full. See, Pastor Jumba, where are your neighbors? You want to sit alone? We are in the community. Michala Sembeguya, come and sit with Pastor Jumba, I beg. Volunteers, thank you for clearing our tables. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We are filling the spaces. That's lovely. We are having a session where we do have the initiatives supporting immigration and integration, and we have a presentation on Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program. This is going to be given by an amazing lady by the names of Miss Natalie Wooter, Team Lead Immigration Promotion and Employer Outreach Unit, Ministry of Labor, Immigration, Training and Skills Development. Natalie has served in a number of capacities with the Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program of the Ministry of Labor, Immigration, Training and Skills Development. And since joining the program in 2014, she has served as a Senior Processing Officer, a Senior Business Analyst, leading file assessments and rendering decisions on applicants from individual applicants and foreign entrepreneurs. She has also supported provincial and international outreach initiatives. In May 2023, she moved into the role of Team Lead of the Immigration Promotion and Employer Outreach Unit. The unit is positioned to directly assist Ontario employers by delivering tailored services to help them navigate the immigration system. Let's put our beautiful, well-fed, enough water hands for Miss Natalie Wooter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I will try to not put you asleep after a good meal listening to what I'm going to talk. It might be a lot of information. So I will not present myself since it was already done, so we'll jump right into it. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so the objective of this presentation today is really to share an overview of the Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program and what we do, and also to introduce my unit, which is the Immigration Promotion and Employer Outreach Unit. Next slide. So first of all, I'm really curious to know who have ever heard of the Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program. Raise your hand. Okay. Yeah, not that many, and I'm not surprised. That's the reason why our unit was created, to promote the Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program. So what is it? So first of all, it's important to know that we operate in partnership with Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada. We nominate economic immigrants for permanent residents who have the skills needed in Ontario. But what does it really mean to nominate? So basically in Canada, everything related to legal status is the jurisdiction of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada. So when we talk about nomination, it means that as a province, we have the right and we have the authority to nominate individuals who don't necessarily meet the requirement to ask for permanent resident status straight to IRCC. So the fact that they receive a nomination from the province of Ontario gives them the opportunity to now apply to IRCC. Because even if IRCC has a lot of different programs, not everyone meet the requirement of all their programs. So this is an additional pathway. So you have to see it as something that is not mandatory, but is an addition to access permanent resident status when it's not possible to go straight to the federal government. So basically we don't give legal status. So we don't provide work permit, study permit, anything like that. We nominate individuals. That's what we do. And it's administered through the Ontario Immigrant Act of 2015 and its regulations. And it's really important to say so because it means that our decisions, the decision that we rendered, are not they are not taken arbitrarily, but based on the rules and regulations of this act. Next slide. So what are our objectives? So the OINP, and I will refer to the Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program, such a long name, as the OINP for now on. So we nominate economic immigrants with skills needed in Ontario, as I mentioned. We offer a pathway for Ontario employers to attract and retain skilled workers or international students because we have 8 streams in total, and 3 of them require the support of an employer, which means that the employer must be involved in the process. So that's the reason why they can also use these streams to either retain or attract skilled workers and international students. And we also leverage and support Francophone immigration to Ontario because, as you probably know, the goal of Canada is really to increase the number of Francophone throughout the entire country, and is also a goal for the province of Ontario. And we encourage and support economic immigration throughout Ontario because we want the entire province to benefit from immigration. Not only the South, not only the big cities, but really to see the benefits of immigration across the entire province. So we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So here you can see the different categories that we have. As I mentioned earlier, we have 8 streams in total, and they are broken down in different categories. So we have 2 main categories. The employer job offer. So this one is really for individuals who have received a job offer, permanent and full-time, from an employer in Ontario. And we have 3 different streams under this specific category. Then we have the human capital stream, and you can divide it into 2 subcategories, I would say. The master and PhD graduate stream, so it's really clear, it's in the name, for international students who receive the master or a PhD from an institution in Ontario. And they don't need a job offer, they don't need work experience, so it's really based on the fact that they studied in Ontario, received a PhD or a master in the province. And the last one, the Human Capital Ontario Express Entry. So who knows, who have heard of Express Entry before? Okay, it's already more than OINP. So Ontario, so Express Entry is really immigration system from the federal government. So what we do, we have our Ontario Express Entry, and what we do is that we look at the pool, which is the federal pool, and we see what are the type of profile that are in this pool, and how, and if they meet the requirement for our province. So then we can send them an invitation to apply to us so that they get nominated, and then they can move on and apply to Express Entry. And a little bit later, I will explain why someone will come through the province instead of going straight to the federal government. And we have 3 streams under the Ontario Express Entry stream. Next slide. Next one. Thank you. So here we will talk more about the employer job offer stream, which are the streams that require to have a job offer, meaning an employer in Ontario will support this application. So as I said, we have 3 main streams. So the first one is the foreign worker stream for skilled foreign workers with a job offer in Ontario. So to be able to apply under that specific stream, individuals need to have 2 years of work experience. But this work experience can have been acquired in Canada, but also outside of Canada. So across the entire world. The next one is the international student stream. So because it's for recent graduates with a job offer in Ontario, it doesn't require to have a work experience. So as soon as the studies are completed and the individual has a job offer, they can apply to that specific stream. Knowing that for the foreign worker stream and the international student stream, we look at skilled occupations. So skilled occupations, in Canada, positions are classified. So I don't know if you ever heard of the NOC codes, National Occupation Classification Codes, yes. So we look at the second digit of the NOC, which represent what we call the tier. So if the position is in a tier 0 to 3, then it will be eligible for foreign worker stream and international stream. And those positions are the skilled occupations, so those that require a college degree or university degree or management type of positions. So those are the 2 for those 2 streams. Then we have the in-demand skill stream. This one is different from the 2 other ones in the sense that we have a list of in-demand positions, and those positions are more the labor type of position. So it will be, for example, the construction laborer, it will be the home support workers, and we have those NOCs are in manufacturing, construction, agriculture as well, and we have one in the health sector. But just so you know, there was a consultation to add more NOCs to this list of in-demands. And I cannot tell you the date exactly, but it's coming to effect. So on our website, once everything is done, there will be an update to update the list of NOCs, but for the moment we have 22 NOCs. And yes, and something important to know for this one, it requires 9 months of work experience. So and this time is 9 months of work experience only in Ontario. Contrary to the foreign worker where the work experience could have been anywhere in the world, this one is specifically in Ontario. And it's really important to note that for the employer job offer stream, when we look at an application, we not only look at the applicant requirements, but also the job offer requirement and the employer requirement. So there are 3 aspects that we will be looking at before rendering a decision and approving an application. Next slide. Thank you. So here it's about the employer job offer stream and specifically what individuals and employers need to know. The most important one, a labor market impact assessment. Many of you have heard of LMIA, and many of you are probably running away from LMIA. When you're an employer, that's the last thing you want to do. It takes time, it takes money, and most of employers are not really interested by the LMIA. If they can avoid it, they won't. So in this case, for the Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program, there is no requirement to do an LMIA. So it's LMIA exempt. And next, the applicant process is led by the application process, is led by the applicant, meaning that is the responsibility of the applicant. Even though they need the support of the employer will complete a form, but they will give the form to the applicant, and the applicant is the person applying. So it's really the responsibility of the applicant, but it's really important for the applicant to have that conversation with their employers even before they start thinking of applying to the OINP, because some employers don't know about the program. So what we're seeing sometimes is the applicant, once they receive the invitation to apply from our program, then they start the conversation with the employer. And the employer doesn't know about the program, never heard of it. And sometimes they don't want to support this application because they don't know what is involved for them. They don't know what are their responsibility. So we always advise applicants to apply, to start the conversation before registering an expression of interest, and I will explain the process after. Then the nominee receives a certificate of nomination and a work permit support letter. So which means that once we nominate the individual, we also give them a work permit support letter. And the reason being is because this category is linked to a job, and the job must be urgent for the employer to fill. So for example, because this stream can be used from within Canada, but also outside of Canada. So let's say you are an employer and you find someone outside of Canada. You will not wait 1 year, 2 years for IRCC to process the permanent resident status for the person to come and work. You urgently need the person. So that's the reason why when we nominate them, we give them a work permit support letter so that they can apply from outside or inside of Canada as well, if they need to renew their work permit. And they can come and start working while IRCC is still processing the application for permanent residence. So even before becoming a permanent resident, they can start and working for the employer in Ontario. So next we have, so yes, very important, the applicant must stay in the approved position until receiving the permanent resident status. The reason being because, as I said, we assess the employer, we assess the applicant and the job offer, meaning that when we approve the package, the application, we approve everything, the employer and the job. Therefore, they must stay with the same employer until they become a permanent resident. In Canada, once a person is a permanent resident, we cannot hold them in a position, a company, or even a province. So they can go anywhere they want, work for any company, but up until then, they have to remain with the same employer. And if something happened, they need to inform the program. Next slide. So here is the process. So how to apply to the Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program through the specific job offer streams. So first, the applicant has to register an expression of interest on our portal. So that's when I was saying the conversation should come before that with the employer. So they should talk to their employer before registering the expression of interest, because when they register an expression of interest, they are basically answering questions. And those questions, they will have to demonstrate them if they receive an invitation to apply. So that's why it's really important to have that conversation with the employer beforehand, and also because they only have 14 days between the moment they receive the invitation to apply, which is step 2, and the moment they have to apply to the program, which is step 3. So only 14 days. So that's why it's really important to start that conversation before. And that's at step 3 that the individual will need the help and support of the employer. So the employer will complete a form and provide a copy of the job offer to the applicant so that they can apply to the program, and we will be able to assess the application. So step 4, once they apply and they're approved, the OINP will provide them with the certificate of nomination and the work permit support letter so they can do both apply for their PR and also apply for the work permit. And knowing that the work permit will be a closed work permit because, again, this employer that we assess and approve, that's the employer they have to work for. So they will receive a work permit, closed work permit, and those documents are valid for 6 months, which means that some people may not need to renew their work permit right away because they still have 2 years, 3 years of validity on them. But let's say for any reason, and knock on wood that is not happening again, but let's say another pandemic arrive and IRCC is taking way too long to assess their PR application, so they can come back to us and ask for another work permit support letter if they are past the 6 months of validity of the work permit. So, yeah, next slide. So here is an example of how the actual foreign worker stream can be used. So here we have an example of a company, let's say ABC Hospital. They are located in Scarborough. They have 65 full-time employees, and they were established in 1999, and they have a gross revenue of 1.5 million for the year 2023, the most recent fiscal year. So we have Femi. Femi is a registered nurse. She works for ABC Hospital full-time, And now the hospital, because as we all know, it's really difficult to find nurses. So usually when hospitals have good nurses, they don't want to let them go. So in this example, Femi received a full-time permanent job as a registered nurse with a wage of $38 per hour. So what makes Femi eligible to the foreign worker stream? The fact that she has 2 years of work experience, and the work experience can be in Ontario or outside in the same position as the job offer. Then the fact that in her case, particularly because nurses and other positions, there are some positions that require to have the appropriate regulated document to work in them, the appropriate authorization. So in this case, in the case of Femi, for example, she's a registered nurse, so meaning that she's licensed already. So we will not be looking at the work experience, but we will be looking at the fact that she's already licensed. Because to get to the point where she received the license, she already did everything she needed to do. So we will not be looking at the work experience. Then the job offer. It must be permanent, full-time, in a skilled occupation, as I said, the tier from 0 to 3, which is the case of a nurse in Ontario. And the wage must be equal or higher than the median wage for the region. So in this case, we're in Scarborough, which is the GTA. So the median wage for a nurse in Scarborough is $38 per hour. So the job offer meet the requirement right there. Then we have the employer requirement. So the business must have been active for 3 years. That's fine. The hospital has been open since 1990. And the gross revenue must be a minimum of 1 million because we are in the GTA. When the company is outside of the GTA, is $500,000 that we want to see as a gross revenue for the previous fiscal year. And when it comes to the number of full-time permanent residents, inside of the GTA, we require 5, but outside of the GTA is 3 full-time employees. So for all those reasons, Femi, the hospital, and the job offer may be eligible for the foreign worker stream. So here is just the basic requirement that we're giving you because, again, immigration is complex. There is a lot of requirements, so I don't think that is the place to give you all the list of the different requirements. They are on the website, so you can definitely have all the details regarding the requirements. The next slide. I'm not going to spend too much time on this one, but I would just tell you the differences between the job offer foreign worker that we just saw and this in-demand skill stream. So as I mentioned earlier, the in-demand skill stream requires 9 months of work experience. So here we have Karim, a construction laborer who works in Hamilton for a construction company. And the company received an application from Karim, who is fluent in English and has 1 year of work experience in Ontario as a construction laborer. So now the company has offered Karim a permanent full-time position at $24 per hour. So what makes Karim eligible is the fact that he has 9 months of work experience already in the same position in Ontario. And in this case, contrary to the foreign worker, this one requires a language test. But the language level that required is a level 4. So a level 4 is really basic. It's being able to understand the instruction, speak a little bit, and it's really the minimum required. It's not very high level. Then the position must be permanent and full-time. There is no change there, and there is no changes when it comes to the employer. If you notice here, because we are in Hamilton, which is outside of the GTA, it's $500,000 for the revenue for the company and 3 full-time employees. Other than that, everything else is similar to the foreign worker. Next slide. So this example is the international student stream. So same thing, I will not go through it completely, but here we have Iman, and she is a preschool helper. She lives in Chatham, Kent, outside of the GTA again. And she graduated in June 2023 with a 2-year college diploma from a college in Ontario. And now the XYZ Child Care Center offers her a permanent full-time position as a preschool helper with a wage of $16.55 per hour. So what makes Iman eligible is the fact that she completed a diploma from an eligible Ontario institution within 2 years of application submission. And it's important to note that when we look at the position, and the position doesn't have to be in the field of study. So she could have studied anything, IT, for example, anything else, as long as the occupation is within the tiers 0, 1, 2, and 3, that works. So it doesn't have to be related to the field of study. And the other difference is the wage. So you will notice that here we are talking about a lower wage. Earlier we were talking about median, but of course, the international students are just coming out of school, so we are not expecting them to right away earn a high salary. So we look at the lower wage for the position and the region. And the rest remain the same for the employer. Next slide. Then here we have the human capital stream. So as I said, those streams don't require the support of an employer. So on one hand, we have the PhD and master graduate students. So those ones has to apply through our portal. So first they have to register the expression of interest to tell us that they're interested by being nominated by the province. And on the other side, we have the Ontario Express entry, and this one goes through the IRCC portal. So first, the individual must create a profile in the IRCC portal for us to be able to see them. And it's only when they receive a notification of interest from us that they will be able to apply under one of those 3 streams. So we have the human capital priority streams, which is for foreign workers with required work experience, education, and language ability. And again, here, no job offer required. So as soon as the person meets the requirement, they may receive an invitation even though they don't have a job in Ontario or even in Canada. Then we have the skilled trades stream, and this one focuses on skilled trades occupation. So it has to be 1 year of work experience in a skilled trade occupation in Ontario. And the last one, we have a specific one for French-speaking skilled workers, but this one is more for bilingual individuals. So they must have a high level of French, but also they must be first language French, but also a high level of English. So those are the 4 streams that we have under the human capital streams. And next slide. So on this slide, we demonstrate how we work in partnership with IRCC with the Express Entry pool. So the first 5 steps, that's IRCC steps. So the person will create a profile in IRCC, they will be placed in the pool and with a score. And based on their score, IRCC will call the people with the higher score. So meaning that the individuals who don't have a high enough score will stay in the pool and will never get out of it. So if I give you an example, IRCC is calling people who have 500 points and more. And we have our individual in the pool who only has 300 points. So we all agree that IRCC will not call them. So that will stay in the pool for 1 year. After 1 year, the profile is canceled. They have to create another one. So the other solution for them is when they are in the pool, if they selected Ontario or all provinces of Canada, we can see them. And at this moment, we'll look at what is going on in the pool. We will send a notification of interest to those who seem to be interesting for the province of Ontario. They will submit an application to us. And once we receive the application, when we are satisfied that all the requirements are met, then we'll give them 600 additional points. So we all agree that my individual who had 300 points earlier now had 900 points, and automatically they will receive an invitation to apply from IRCC to apply for permanent resident status. So that's the reason why individuals will come to the OINP to get those 600 points so that they increase their score and they can receive the invitation to apply. Next slide. So here is an example of how an individual outside of Canada can use the Ontario Express entry. So we have Dembe, who is 35, living in Uganda, in Kampala, and is a cybersecurity specialist. So he has been working for a company for 2 years already, a cybersecurity company, and he has a Master of Science in Cybersecurity from Victoria University in Kampala, He scored a CRB7 for each competencies of the IELTS language test. He's single, he has 14,690 in his saving account, and he created an express entry profile and selected Ontario as his region of interest to come to settle to Canada. So when we look at the pool, what we will see? So we will see that Dembe has a minimum of 1 year of continuous full-time work experience in a skilled occupation within the last 5 years. He has the equivalent of a Canadian bachelor, master's, or PhD, which means that he will have to do an equivalent of his diploma to determine what it is in Canada. And he has the sufficient settlement fund to support himself. So when we talk about 40,690, that's for one person because he's single. Based on the size of the family, the amount will increase, and it's not money that the individual will give to us, but is for the individual to sustain themselves when they come to Canada because they have not worked as of yet. They are looking for a job, so we want to ensure that they are able to take care of themselves and being able to sustain themselves while they are looking for a job. So that's not money that is given to the government, it's for the individual themselves. And he has a valid profile in IRCC Express entry system. So, and he takes a language test, and the language test must demonstrate that he can understand, read, write, and speak English or French at a CRB 7 or higher, which is the case of Dembe. So for those reasons, Dembe may be eligible to apply to the OINP Ontario Express entry. So now, next slide. When it comes to my team, what do we do and what is the purpose of this team? So my team is the Immigration Promotion and Employer Outreach Unit. We are a fairly new unit. We were created last year in 2023, May 2023, even though the Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program has been around for many years, since 2007, 2008. And the reason why we were created is because, and that's the reason why I ask you how many of you know the OINP, is because not a lot of people know about the OINP. And it's even more important that employers know about this program because as we saw, we have 3 streams that require the support of an employer. So sometimes the applicant will come to talk to their employer, they have no idea what is this thing. So that's the reason why it was really important for the ministry to have this outreach promotion. So what we do, we meet with employers on one-on-one, we do consultations and we will talk to them and explain what is the program, what it entails for them, what are their responsibilities, because sometimes employers don't understand that when they support an application, this is not a sponsor, this is a support. The difference being if, for example, an applicant commit a crime or anything in Canada, they are not responsible for it. And most of the time when we speak to an employer, that's their fear. Legally, what am I supposed to do? What will happen to me? Am I responsible for this person? So those are the type of things that we can clarify. And we can also tell them about the OINP, but the immigration system in general, and try to make them understand how they can actually support and even fill their labor shortage needs, because we all know that there is really a crisis going on right now. So employers have to think outside of the box. When you cannot find the individuals that you are looking for through the permanent residents and the Canadians, so maybe think about the foreign workers who are already here, the international student, etc. So that's why our unit was created. We also do information session and like this one, and tailored material to communicate about the OINP. We're also a referral partner for the Canada Global Skills Strategy. So this is more for employers, so I will not talk too much about it. But one thing that I want to say is we also, as I said, we do outreach in Ontario, but also outside of Ontario. So we travel overseas and we went to Africa, we went to Ivory Coast and Morocco as well. And the reason why we're doing those trips is really to go to the potential immigrants, because as we heard many times today, Africa is not really represented as much as other continents in Canada. So that's also the reason why we also want to reach out to the African continent. So it was an opportunity for us to also understand the reality that immigrants are facing within the continent, and also to really talk to them and emphasize the importance of going to the source, because I can tell you the number of horror stories we heard when we were there, people being scammed, the number of fraud going on. So it was also a way for us to be able to tell them, this is the right sources. This is where you go and get your information. Don't listen to everything, what everybody says, social media. A lot of people said that they get their information about immigration on social media and it's not necessarily the right sources. So it was a way for us to also go and learn and also tell the truth and tell them where to go and get their information. So those are the type of missions that we do. And I also wanted to say that we don't do job matching, but there are settlement agencies that are financed by the ministry, as the parliamentary assistant mentioned this morning. There is a lot of settlement agencies that are financed by the province, and their goal is to support and help newcomers to settle and to find employment, to be ready to find employment. So that's really something that we want to encourage people to look at. So if you go to the next slide, on our contact at the bottom, we also put the link for all the different settlement agencies that can support, and some of them can receive clients in different languages, and they also support refugee claimants. So that's something that is, I think, good to know, that you can get the support. The information is there, it's just that people unfortunately don't necessarily know. So that's why an opportunity like this one, and I want to thank Ali and his team again to give us the opportunity to talk about the Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program, because the sources are there, but there's so much information out there, you don't even know where to start. So for us, participating to such an event, it's really important so we can share and we can really bring awareness to the program. So once again, thank you from me and the rest of my team and my ministry.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Natalie, one question from the audience. One question. Yeah? Okay, 5-second question.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I just want to confirm to make sure I didn't misunderstand anything. Can refugee claimants in Ontario apply for this program?
So this program, because it's economic immigration, it's not for refugee claimant. However, the reason why I still wanted to talk about it is because we heard earlier, once they get the work permit, once they are received, they are accepted and they get their work permit or the legal status, study permit, etc., they may become eligible to apply. So that's the reason why it's still important for refugees to know that it exists, because once you receive a work permit, let's say, for example, let's take the example of express entry. So now you're legally received by the country of Canada. So based even on the work experience, because we're talking about the skilled individuals coming here and not being able to work in their domain, etc. So we will not even look at the fact that what they've done in Canada. We will look at what they've done within the last 5 years of their life. So including what they've done overseas. So that's an example. And also if a refugee claimant received the work permit and find an employer who is willing to support them with a permanent full-time job offer, then they might be eligible to the 3 categories that I spoke about at the beginning. Yeah, sure. Once they're accepted, they will be eligible for this. Yeah. Once they have the work permit, because if you are in Canada to participate to the Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program, you must have legal status. Yeah.
Something to think about. Homework, Natalie. Homework.
Noted.
One question.
Hello. Thank you so much. I just want to thank you for giving us the right information. Now I'm asking somebody outside Canada, how can they access your program? Do you have standard fees? Like how do you treat it? Because all people outside from Canada, what they know to migrate to all this to Canada, you have to pay something. There are agencies there. Is it something that your organization does, or people just have to know you? Like, is there?
So when it comes to the program, there is a processing fees, and that's related to the fact that we are processing the application. There is an application fee, and the price doesn't change if the person is outside or inside. It depends on the stream. So for someone who is outside, most people that we see coming from outside either come from the job offer stream or express entry. So for express entry is 1,500 for the processing fees, and the job offer, it depends where the company will be located. Either 1,500 if it's outside of the GTA, 2,000 if it's inside of the GTA when it comes to the processing fees. We are not an agency. I think you're talking about the immigration representatives. So they are independent from us. What we do is really assess the application so that we can give them the nomination. So if they need to work with someone, that will not be with us.
Website? And information, this particular show, the presentation you just gave,
yes.
Will we get a chance to get a hold of it, please?
Yes, so you can definitely share the presentation. You have all the links. There are an entire appendix with a lot of links with all the acronyms and everything. So yes, it's available.
Great. So Ali, Antonio, you've got your work cut out for you. We expect to receive this presentation as soon as this conference ends. Capish? Capish? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ms. Natalie Wetu. Thank you so much, Natalie. Wonderful presentation. I got to learn a lot. I think we've learned a lot from that, eh? Now you've made our minds think. It's Thursday. Too much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to welcome somebody by the names of Ms. Ade Worku. I hope I'm saying your name right, but I would like to recognize you as a Community Development Officer for Toronto Newcomer Office, Social Development, Finance and Administration, Division of the City of Toronto. Please give her a round of applause. Say hello to us, my dear. Thank you so much. And to everybody else and all your dignitaries, we want to say thank you once again for being here this particular day, morning and afternoon. It is a pleasure, and I can't wait for us to have the next panel. However, I have a gentleman by the names of Mr. Mike Perry, who is the Executive Director, Institute for Change Leaders. Leadership in Action, Empowering Change and Building Resilient Communities. Mr. Perry, come forward, sir. Once you see me stand up, you know that's it. Yeah?
Thanks very much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hello. Fantastic. It's so wonderful to be here. Thank you very much from my heart for inviting me, for the kind invitation, for having the Institute for Change Leaders here, and for the wonderful hospitality, the great lunch that we enjoyed. Thanks very much. And it's true, I'm very honored to serve as the Executive Director of the Institute for Change Leaders, which is a national institute for educational programming on leadership and organizing for progressive change. And we've had the pleasure in the past to work with partners such as the Center for African Refugees in Canada, Hope International, the For Youth Initiative, and the Center for Young Black Professionals. And I just want to make sure that I introduce as well our ICL team that is here today. Amrit Parhar, our Director of Programs, Sabrina Liscombe, one of our new facilitators, Alex, who is in charge of our communications, and my two assistants you might see in the space here, Abigail and Gabe, are aged 8 and 6. So if they're making noise, they're with me, okay? And I really want to congratulate you all, the organizers, and thank Ali and the team and the volunteers for this invitation and for this important event put on by the Center for Black Development Options Canada. I also see, and I can't help but notice, the volunteer t-shirts. The white t-shirts on the back rather, say ideas, voice, and action. And so, yeah, absolutely. And so now, over the next few minutes that we have together, I think this is more in the category after Natalie and all the wonderful information that she presented. My talk will be more in the category of, and now for something completely different. You know, I've been asked if we can talk about leadership and change And I look at the theme of this conference here today: Black immigration and refugees, inclusive policies for an equitable world. Inclusive policies for an equitable world. I see there are no small plans being made here at the conference over these 2 days. So that's a really big vision. And so I'd first like to start by acknowledging the experience and courage of those people in the room, those who are with us and have been an immigrant or a refugee, and their families. There's so much inspiration and hope in what you've accomplished, even by just being here this afternoon. And I want to make sure that I start by recognizing that. From my own story, my great-grandmother was a refugee. She fled the violence of World War II when her hometown in Estonia was bombed. And she and her young daughter, my grandmother, made it out of Estonia and were hid from the Nazis by the Italians. She then boarded a ship which she thought was bound for South Africa. Turns out it stopped in Canada. And the rest, as they say, is history. She settled in Ottawa and actually cleaned houses until she and my grandmother, her daughter, learned English and were able to gain more gainful employment. And I mention that really in the spirit of shared values and experience that can tie all of us together this afternoon in this room. You know, when I heard Ms. Angela, where's Ms. Angela, our poet laureate here today, talk about, exactly, thank you again for your gift and your words. You know, when I heard about the tears of loneliness in the poem, I thought about my great-grandmother and my grandmother and their experience, or the roots in this land. Again, a shared value of immigrants and refugees, making things new, you know, starting that new life. And again, I want to share that because those are the type of shared stories, the shared experiences, the vulnerabilities that can really bind us together as a community, and also as an extended community, and also as our work together for policies, inclusive policies for an equitable world. And you know, while I'm no expert on Black immigration and refugees specifically, we at the Institute for Change Leaders, I see our logo is up now on the screen. Thank you for that, Alex, and for the IT team. It's what we do. We at the Institute for Change Leaders, we equip people from all walks of life with cutting-edge leadership, storytelling, and concrete organizing skills. We put those all together to make what I think is the secret sauce for transformative and lasting change. And here in this case, how can we help with inclusive policies for a more equitable world? So I think it's very fitting, and I'm again very grateful for the opportunity to speak to you just a little bit, given your theme. And in the few minutes I've had, I'd like to offer a very basic primer, if I could. A basic primer on what we do and the model that we bring in our education programs at the Institute for Change Leaders, which is all based on the work of Marshall Gans, a legendary organizer out of the civil rights movement, the farmers union movement, and also Obama 2008. Anybody remember Obama 2008? Right? I think he ran for president. Right? Seems like such a long time ago now. And we base our work on those models by Marshall Gans, who is now at Harvard. So I'd like to introduce you very briefly to leadership, stories, and organizing, and how we can put those together to really make a difference for social change. So let's dig in. It starts with taking on leadership. Right? And as Marshall Gans defines leadership, it isn't about being a superhero and coming in and saving the day as an individual who alone can fix it. Leadership is really a verb. It's not a performance. It's about relationship, isn't it? Leadership. Right? Accepting responsibility for enabling others to achieve shared purpose under conditions of uncertainty. Anybody feel conditions of uncertainty these days? Anybody? I'm seeing some nodding heads, right? And so if we buy into that, if we accept that definition of leadership, being about enabling others to create change for shared purpose, such as change in inclusive policies for a more equitable world in terms of immigrants and refugees. You know, I'm going to take a risk here, and I think I'm probably, by the sounds of things, in a room full of leaders here today. How do I know that? Well, for one thing, it's a beautiful day outside in July, and we're all in here in a conference room listening to speakers. Right? We could be anywhere in the world today, but we have chosen to be here with a community for a shared purpose. All right? I think that's the first test to show that we have a lot of leaders here in this room today. And who would like to see a change when it comes to Black immigration and refugee policy? Anybody want to have a change in mind? Okay, I see a lot of hands. Right, look at that. It's like the wave at a baseball game. It just seemed to go right across the room. So how do we get there? Well, let's dig into it briefly, shall we? We have to have resources, of course. And a lot of us think right away, resources, oh, you mean funding, money. Yes, that's important, but resources can be way more creative than that. Someone at the front here just mentioned people, and we'll definitely talk about that very briefly. One of our resources is, believe it or not, our stories. And I bet all immigrants and refugees to Canada have stories. We all have stories, not for entertainment, but for telling stories in a purposeful way, using a framework, putting power with those stories to affect policy change, among other things, if that's what we're looking to do, to inspire others to act. And we call this public narrative. That's the fancy $10 word. Public narrative. How do we use our stories to inspire others into shared leadership, into action? And we can do that in a few ways. There's a specific framework that we use and equip people with at the Institute for Change Leaders based on the GANS model, how we can tell these stories in a specific way to motivate that action. By sharing the detailed moments, for example, and being vulnerable, which shows our authentic reasons for why we care and why we've been called to action. Right? If we tell and share our stories, it automatically lends us that credibility through that vulnerability as to why should someone follow us or do what we ask them to do as leaders towards that shared purpose if we don't put ourselves out there telling our story, where we come from, why we care, why we're taking action. And from there, we can share values and where we get those values as part of our stories. Inspiring action, because values is about emotion, right? When we communicate our values, we're communicating emotion. We're accessing emotion, and emotion drives action. And then we can communicate some urgency with the hope. You know, there always has to be hope in a specific call to action that we want people to take. And so why are these stories so important in terms of creating inclusive policies for an more equitable world? Well, let me give you 3 reasons. One, our stories can give people hope. Hope allows us to deal with problems creatively, and it deals with fear that can immobilize us from taking action. Where there's hope, we don't just say, you know, let's be hopeful, but we talk about, not in an abstraction, but hope as through stories, because stories enables us to communicate values to one another. Values being the language of emotion, driving that emotion for people to take action. Is anger an emotion? Sure. How many people have ever been angry? All right? How many times has anger got us off our butts and got us to do something? Right? And now that's one emotion we can help leverage through our stories by being vulnerable and sharing our values and generating that urgency. There are others, such as hope, that can help us as well to raise that level of action that we're calling people as leaders to join in our shared purpose. Hope really is the foundation of actions, right? None of us would be here this afternoon if we didn't have hope. Why would we bother talking about Black immigration and refugees? Why? Right? We have hope. And I'd invite us all to think about, what's the hope that brought us here today? Why do we think it matters? Why do we think that joining in community here is going to, quote unquote, make that difference? If we had more time and in the sessions that we run at the Institute for Change Leaders, we would get to the heart of those matters and equip ourselves moving forward to be able to share those kinds of deeper value connections. But I'll leave it today in the interest of time for food for thought. Stories are also important, not simply as telling a narrative, but that's the opportunity to communicate our values. And it resonates and it's memorable. And we feel those stories. We don't just think them. And I would submit that's one of the reasons that we've all been sharing stories cross-culturally since the beginning of humanity. We were scrawling on caves to tell stories, not to recite a list of facts or a chronicle, detailed account of what happened, who, what, where, why, when, like a newspaper article. We as a humanity have been talking about stories since time immemorial cross-culturally. That power of stories that we feel and remember, including policymakers, hint, hint, in terms of inclusive policies for an equitable world. And when we feel things, what's been my theme here? When we feel things, we take action, right? And in a very practical way, telling stories as leadership, as leaders, we're not really saying, well, we shouldn't talk about ourselves. It's not really a story of us talking about ourselves. It's us purposely telling our story, because as leaders, we need to communicate why we care, why we're taking action, where those values that mean we care come from. Because we need to, as the first century scholar Rabbi Hillel said, if I'm not for myself, who am I for? Not as selfish as it sounds. If I don't know myself, why would I expect others to follow? Right? If I don't have myself sorted out and can tell my story, how are others supposed to be inspired and share in this leadership and pursue and take action for this shared purpose? So as leaders, when we have those stories, and it's a compelling story, also told purposefully, if we don't tell our story, what happens? If we don't tell it, no one will, or worse, someone else will tell it for us. We see that in politics a lot with candidates. And we want to be the ones to be able to set the facts straight, to set the record straight, not only about ourselves, but why we care, and our values and why we care, and why others should care and take action like we are. And the beauty of this, and I'm going to wrap up with this point, not to worry. The beauty of this is when we link it, this public narrative, this purposeful framework of telling stories to inspire others to act, harnessing that power of storytelling. When we harness that with concrete organizing skills, to me, again, the secret sauce for change that is going to be transformative. How many here do a lot of advocacy? See some advocacy? We have some advocates out there. Fantastic. How's that been working out for us? Oh, I see a thumb down. I heard an all right. Thank you for your honesty. I don't know. Child poverty is still at the same rate as it was in the year 2000, despite all of our advocacy efforts. And I don't want to give advocacy a bad name. There's certainly room for advocacy in the work that we do towards inclusive policies for an equitable world. The thing with advocacy is that I want to challenge us today to take that next step and go beyond being advocates to organizing. Well, you might say, Mike, what's the difference, right? Well, let me put it to you this way. Usually, advocacy is predicated on convincing or persuading others, right? Usually on their terms, in their context, where they hold the upper ground, in their offices, for example, a very practical application when we have advocacy or lobbying meetings. You know, the advocacy is kind of based on, and I'm exaggerating to make the point memorable, if only I tell them the right facts, if only I do this correctly, I can convince them to see things my way, right? Persuasion, and I'm not saying there's not room for that. I'm saying, can we go beyond that to rather than having to build persuasion, what if we use our efforts to build power, right? What if rather than using advocacy to convince someone of our correctness and that they should do what we say, what if we organize and build power to show that decision maker it's in their best interests to do what we want? Which would hold the most promise for action? All right? Right? That hard work of organizing, and I say it's hard work because it boils down to the hard work of relationship building. The hard work and time. Who has time for that? And I think maybe that's why we're missing. Like, we have a volunteer in the front row. Fantastic. We'll talk later. But that's it, the hard work of organizing. And I'll just give you an example and then share a few final thoughts. So, has anybody heard of the Basic Income Social Program? A couple of people have heard of the Basic Income Social Program. It was started under the previous government to give folks who weren't able to work at the moment for whatever reason a living wage, close to a living wage, a basic income. And then the new government took over, the Ford government came along, and one of the first things they did was cut that. And it threw the 4,000 people in the pilot program back into poverty. I was fortunate enough and to be honored to bring a lawsuit against the Ford government to reinstate the program. That lawsuit failed, but I'd also, at the same time, launched a class action in case the program did expire, we weren't successful in court, and then it turned into damages. That case is ongoing, and I'm not here to talk about the case. I'm here to talk about advocacy and organizing. I'll tell you what really crystallizes the difference for me. I told that story. I was kind of proud of myself. I told that to Marshall Gans. I said, you know, I'm leading this class action lawsuit against the Ford government in my home province in Ontario for ending the basic income and throwing everyone back in poverty. And Marshall kind of paused for a minute and looked at me, and he said, well, you're using the legal system, right? It's like legal advocacy. That's the pinnacle of advocacy, right? Legal activists, power of legal advocacy, the power of persuasion. Persuade the judge or the jury, depending on what kind of case it is, of the correctness and legality of your position. Of course, we lost. Marshall said, well, what if you organize those 4,000 participants and threatened that they were all going to file a separate action in court and clog the justice system with 4,000 lawsuits, right? And all of a sudden I was like, Marshall, why did I not know you 2 years ago? Because that, to me, crystallized the difference between persuasion and the power that is to organize. All of a sudden, I think we would have caught the decision makers' interests, especially wanting to avoid, taking over basically the work of the justice system and the Ministry of Justice here in Ontario with those lawsuits. And so to conclude, there are just so many challenges today, I know. And I've mentioned there's hope. And to me, of what I heard before arriving before lunch, there certainly is a lot of hope in this room today. And I'm very hopeful just looking around and listening to people here. Hope for Black immigration and refugees, inclusive policies for an equitable world. And one of my favorite quotations I want to share in leaving is from the late, great Tommy Douglas. Courage, my friends. It's not too late to build a better world. So here's to change and a more equitable world for Black immigrants and refugees, especially in Canada and beyond. And the ICL and Amrit and Sabrina and Alex stand together in shared leadership to help out with that, to be there side by side. So if you or your organization would like more education programming, more empowerment and being equipped with these skills of public narrative and organizing for change you want to see, please let us know this afternoon before you go. And I want to thank you very much for the very humbling honor to be able to speak to you all today. All the best with things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Perry. I love the poem. Would you mind saying it again, sir? The quote.
The quotation?
Yeah.
Courage, my friends. Notice he said he thinks he has to use the word courage. This isn't easy. As my father-in-law used to say, if it was easy, everybody'd be doing it. Courage, my friends. It's not too late to build a better world.
You couldn't have said it better. Thank you so much.
The hope. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Courage, my friends. We got this. Yeah? We got this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know I'm chasing time. I'm going to take this opportunity to welcome our founder, from United Ways, the Manager Community Investment, United Way, Greater Toronto, Ms. Teresa Contina, please. A word or two. A round of applause, please. Thank you. I know it's money. I shouldn't give you time, but I'm going to give you time. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. When you're done, which is soon, I will stand up. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I was going to go through some background on United Way, what we do, that sort of thing, but in the spirit of storytelling, I'm going to change it up. If you want to find out about United Way, you can go to uwgt.org. It'll give you some background. And I'm going to tell you a story of the African Resettlement Emergency Fund. So last year, as you all know, there was a significant influx of African refugees. They were sleeping rough. Many of you here responded immediately. Many of you responded, although it was not your mandate to do so. And so at United Way, we too heard about this crisis. We heard about it from our community of agencies, from the network tables that we sit at, and we too decided that we had to respond. And we are funders. We're not on the ground. We work closely with people on the ground, but our role is to fund. And so we found within our pool of money, and let me just backtrack one moment to say that United Way is a charity itself, and we raise our money from zero every year. So we are not, unfortunately, a bottomless pool of dollars. So we secured some money from what we had in our community fund, and we also received a gift from the Miriam Asafeta Fund of $100,000, and we put together $400,000, and we launched in very, very quick order a grant stream, a rolling grant stream, and we targeted those of you in the community who were already doing the work. It was not an open call. It was not a start something. It was you're on the ground. We know you're already spending your resources. You can apply for a $10,000 grant. It was a rolling grant so that we could get the money out quickly. Normally in a granting process, this is boring, but everyone applies. You've all got a deadline. We assess everything. We send out the money. So among that $400,000 that we distributed in the course of 3 weeks, that the grants came in so quickly that we quickly ran out of the money, but we had 3 weeks of applications. We funded 42 projects, and that included a collaborative of 8 organizations working together to have greater impact on the ground. We had 29 Black-led and serving organizations, including 8 organizations that we call non-qualified donees, and that means that you're a not-for-profit, but you're not a charity, and we were able to include that funding through recent legislation. On top of that $400,000 for those 42 agencies, it was actually more than 42, $400,000, 420. We also looked inside of our organization and found some additional funds to support the response to the African refugees. That included a $50,000 response in York Region to coordinate activities that were going on there, and through our Reaching Home grant, an additional $176,000 to support the shelter system in York Region. So that's in brief, because we've all been here a long time and there's more to come. That was our story of responding to an emergent crisis in the best way that we could, which was to give money to those on the ground who could provide the services and the guidance and the hope to the influx of refugees that were coming in. It's not over. We know there are many more asylum seekers coming in, but we were able to, at least in that moment, while the other levels of government figured out how to get money into the shelter system in particular, we were able to bridge a gap And that is one of the things that United Way is most proud of, is that we are here as a funder to fill some of the gaps that are there in the various funding policies and strategies and streams that exist among the governments, which is, let's face it, they are the biggest supporter of services and programs. So that's all. That's really all I have to say. If anyone has a question, I'd be happy to answer it.
Thank you. Question? Anybody? Question? Well, United Way's website is where you're going to get all the answers, yeah? All the answers. Another round of applause. It's all about, we need more funding next year, so we got to clap this year. We are diving right into our next session, which is going to be led by the wonderful Savannah J. Wilson, who is the Acting Executive Director for Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. Savannah grew up in the rural Saskatchewan, as we call it. Anybody do social studies back home? Yeah, when I was going there, I was looking for the prairies, and I don't know, I couldn't find anything. But it looks good, Savannah. It looks good, Savannah. With a background in community-based participatory research, policy, and advocacy, and the community development, they've spent the past 13 years supporting and working alongside communities in exploring and values alignment, equity-based strategic development, and community-driven and collaborative interventions and policy changes to address systematic social inequalities. Please, let's welcome Ms. Savannah Wilson. Welcome. On stage, my dear, on stage. This next panel, I have the wonderful Mr. Barry Thomas. Where are you? Mr. Barry Thomas is the director at the Center for Advancing the Interests of Black People in Toronto Community Housing. Mr. Barry, please. So many questions for you, so many questions, but I'm sure you've got this. I also have with me Mr. I hope I said this name right, or my ancestors will come for me tonight. Mariga, right? Mariga. He is the Vice President of Housing, Homelessness, Asset Sustainability and New Development at Wood Green. Previously, he was the General Manager of Peel Housing Corporation, Ontario's third largest municipal affordable housing corporation. Please, another round of applause. And I also have the next panelist. I know him as pastor, but every time I call him pastor when we are outside church, he says, no, I'm not pastor. I'm just call me Eddie. It is the strangest thing ever. But Reverend Eddie Jumba is a servant leader, an African Canadian born in a very small village in Masaka, very, very far away. We won't even go there. He's also a husband, and he away from the pulpit, Jumba has actively worked in the social work, mental health field for over 19 years, working with marginalized individuals, families in Canada and in Uganda. He is passionate about finding the best in every human and dedicated to improving equity in the child welfare system, as well as promoting interfaith dialogue to maximize the potential of development that comes from working together. He believes that unity doesn't require uniformity. Do you agree? Unity does not do what? Require uniformity at all. We also have Mr. Francisco Vidal. Where are you? Yes, please. He started his career in a non-for-profit settlement sector in the year 2002. I was still trying to use a computer back then. At a storefront orientation services in Vancouver's downtown east side, working directly with unaccompanied refugee youth from Central America. And since then, Francisco has worked progressively with refugees in the settlement and food security sectors in Vancouver and in Toronto. So you're most welcome. And he is currently the new executive director for Surgeon House, an award-winning non-for-profit that provides emergency shelter and transitional housing to refugee claimants in Toronto. Well done. You did good in the last season. I can attest to your work. We also have Shanette Martin. Where are you? Shanette Martin, are you here? Mr. Ali, help me out. Yes, please. I need you, my dear. She's the executive director of Anchor Canada. She's an award-winning experienced equity and inclusion consultant, a speaker, a workshop developer, and a facilitator. As she walks the stage, she has taught students from elementary to college. She has multiple awards for her work in equity, diversity, education, and philanthropy. A round of applause as she gets to the stage for all of us. And I believe we are in for a treat this afternoon. I need another microphone on stage. Oh, well, here it is. There is another one. So you're going to do a bit of sharing. Yeah, please. And we are discussing the topic this afternoon, which happens to be breaking down barriers, opportunities and challenges for the Black people in accessing affordable housing. Everybody at the back, excuse me, everybody at the back, I need you forefront. Oh, you can take the conversation outside. Sorry, that's my job. Thank you. But you're most welcome. Please feel free to take a seat because we're about to learn, yeah? All right, we have the next 40 minutes. Let's go.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, so thank you all so much. I do want to just kind of give a bit of an overview. I'm from the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. We're a collective impact organization. The work that we do is really rooted in working together, bringing communities together, bringing organizations together to identify opportunities to make policy changes and improve the response to the housing and homelessness crisis in Toronto. I will follow suit with the United Way person and be like, look us up online. We're here to hear from the experts today. So each of the panelists that are here today have a particular lens when it comes to looking at the crisis and the barriers of accessing affordable housing. So the way that we're going to do this panel is in traditional panel style. I will toss a question over to one of the panelists who can address their organization's perspective and approach to addressing the systemic barriers that are faced by Black and African immigrants and refugees in Toronto. So we're going to hear from each of them one after another. I am going to start with Francisco from Sojourn House. So grab a mic and
Hello.
All right, testing 1, 2, and let's dive into it. So, Francisco, Sojourn House is a prominent settlement agency, and your organization is often the first point of contact for newcomers who come to Toronto. So, within the larger context of immigrant and refugee settlement work, how are the unique challenges faced by Black communities coming to Canada from the African continent addressed, and how does Sojourn House and the settlement sector more broadly engage in a refugee care model that meets people's unique needs when there's such a diverse range of experiences coming to your organization?
Thank you, Savannah, for the question, and thank you for having me here today. Basically, let me contextualize the precise moment that we're living in right now. In Canada and for refugee claimants, we have broken every record of the influx of refugee claims from last year. It was unheard of to have 140,000 plus claimants come to Canada. That basically is 50% of the previous year during the pandemic. And right now, the first quarter of this year, we have basically, if the trend continues, we're going to be breaking another record. We're going to have 185,000 refugee claims, the bulk of which are made in Toronto. At the same time, we have a housing crisis, an affordability crisis. And at the same time, sadly, for many refugee claimants, there has always been a host community here of immigrants who have been giving them help, at the very beginning on the first steps, when you don't have a family, when you don't have a friend. If you're from Mexico, country source #1 of refugee claimants, there's a well-established Mexican community here that steps up whenever you come to Toronto or Ontario to lodge your refugee claim. That is not the case for continental African countries that have been coming since 2003. And as part of this political economic moment that we're in, basically there's no well-established host community that can lend a hand because of the affordability crisis and housing crisis. The 72 shelters that the city of Toronto runs are at capacity. And so what we have now is the unique needs of this particular moment is to help people get on their feet from the very get-go of their refugee claim in Canada. If you don't get it right from the very beginning, many bad things can happen to you, from being denied protection status or refugee claimant status. There's no continuum of primary care. people are basically were sleeping on the street in Toronto in front of Peter Street last summer, which is incredible for a country like Canada that has so many resources and so many communities of Black African origin, you know, and nobody stepped up except for the Black-led communities and churches, right? So what I'm trying to say here is that the unique needs have not changed. The unique needs are the same. You need orientation, you need expert advice on how to get connected with legal counsel. You need expert advice on how to apply for a legal aid certificate. You need to have a lawyer who is competent and is not unethical, right? We lost many refugee lawyers during the pandemic because there were not enough refugee claimants to practice refugee law. And so they have moved on. So now we have a gap in refugee lawyers who are willing to take on complex cases. We have a situation whereby the refugees are keep on coming. From January to April, we're already breaking a record, but you don't see them sleeping on the streets because IRCC, Immigration Refugee Canada, is busing them out to other communities. And imagine Toronto, which is the largest city in Canada that has a community of immigrants from every country in the world, and then all of a sudden you're bused to Cornwall or you're bused to Niagara Falls. What are the chances that you're going to have some sympathetic, you know, solidarity, you know, of your own community there? So what we're seeing is a lot of people are coming back from these other municipalities because of lack of resources, lack of, you know, culturally appropriate things that everybody needs from the very beginning. So technically, the unique needs have not changed, but what has changed is this particular political economic moment that we're in. And to add on to all of that, there's a narrative, a basic xenophobic narrative that says that refugees, what are they doing here? Why are they taking spaces from all the shelters that are, you know, equipped to cater to the needs of people with addictions, mental health issues, all the local, you know, challenges of the homeless population? And they end up at a place where there's no expertise of a refugee care model, which is basically what Sojourn House has, but we have been at capacity for months and months on end, no turnover, not everybody's house as expediently. So the crisis goes on, but I believe that, you know, catastrophes and crises call for drastic solutions, and I think something's got to give. And definitely it's going to be a hard year again for refugee claimants, particularly for continental Africa. But at the same time, I'm very happy that people here in this conference have stepped up to the challenge. And I applaud that because, you know, otherwise who would have done that? You see a big difference on the response for Syrian and Ukrainian refugees who have access to settlement services funded by the federal government. Refugee claimants don't have that. And that's a big ask that could, you know, remediate some of the problems. So in terms of unique needs, they haven't changed. What has changed is that there's no political will. There is no solidarity among all the communities here in Canada that can step up like they did with Ukrainians and Syrians. And definitely there is no continuum of care when people are put in hotels or end up in places where there's no wraparound services. And the outcomes are very bad because of that situation.
Thank you. You know, at the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness, we often say that the only solution to homelessness is housing. And what we're faced with right now is no housing. So we can say, you know, the solution and the response to the experience of homelessness has to be to house people, but when there's no actual buildings, then what do? So your hands are tied. But I do, you know, I want to pick up on something that you mentioned, Francisco, about the response coming from Black-led churches, Black-led faith groups, other community organizations that that really stepped up to the plate, and turn to Pastor Eddie. So when the system fails, as it has in the last, you know, number of years, and government funding conflicts, as we saw last summer, led to hundreds of African asylum seekers sleeping outside of Peter Street. It was a groundswell of Black-led initiatives and community groups who stepped up to provide food and resources and safe places to sleep. So your church and many others really played a critical role in welcoming and supporting folks during that time and continue to play a critical role today. So in the face of these system failures and gaps in supports, what lessons can be learned by the housing and homelessness services sector and by the folks in this space that could catapult our system to better readiness to support Black refugee communities that come to our city, and the role that community-led initiatives play in responses to the support needs?
Thank you. Thank you, Savannah, for moderating. You're doing a fantastic job. We appreciate you. I want to take this opportunity while I have it to thank the organizers, my brothers, for, as you said rightfully, for stepping up. I really believe in stepping up in whatever small way that you're able to step up. If all of us just did that, you'd be amazed how many problems would be solved just by a few individuals stepping up. I want also to be respectful and straightforward to the question. However, I do have a comment that is on my heart that I just want to clear out of my system so that I can continue clear. During the session in the morning, there was a beautiful, amazing session. One of the answers that were given to this very important question, the question about how do you explain the overrepresentation of the continental Africans on the streets of Toronto? I think that question is a question that definitely needs to be asked. I know she was sincere because I actually know her, Aunt Faith, lady. She was sitting in the back there. One of the responses was an apology, and the apology was to all the refugees that are here, and the apology was, we are very sorry. The reason as to why you experienced what you experienced, which is literally being on the street, is because we were not expecting you. So I know that a lot of you know me now because of this. Some of people call me a pastor for the refugees. Yes, I'm a pastor for everyone, but I want to highlight this kind of work has given me the opportunity to sit in similar conversations, Savannah, for at least the last 12 months. For the last 12 months, I find myself almost on a weekly basis in conversations like these. And this is one of the things that I have learned out of the many. I have learned that it is not true to say that this is the very first time in the history of Canada to experience what is technically called unplanned refugees or unplanned asylum seekers. That is not a true statement. That is not true. We have on the record a time in history where there was an influx of unplanned asylum seekers. You never saw them on the street. So you have to wonder what is different this time. You have to wonder about that, whether you want to go there or not. You have to wonder about that. A gentleman asked me that, Pastor, I know you don't want to go there, but I'm going to ask you this question. If the 215 people, because at some point between August and almost November there was an average Savannah of 215 people sleeping on the in the church where there was not necessarily any plan for them. But a gentleman asked me, the pastor, if these 215 people were white people, how long do you think you would have had them in your church? How long do you think you would have had them? Now, I did not need to give an answer, and I know that he didn't need to hear anything, but he knew that he had made his point. So I just wanted to make a comment there that we as Canada, we cannot tell anyone that this is the very first time we are experiencing unplanned refugees. That's why we don't know what to do. I think we know what to do, and I applaud conversations such as this. I just wanted to put that comment out of the way. Then I go to the question. Thank you. So the question is, can I say about the role of community-based organizations such as mosques, churches, sometimes even individuals, Savannah, just individuals that just won't go to bed until they have done something. This is what I'm going to say. What I have experienced is if you're here on behalf of the government or for the city, like my sister there at the table, what I want to say is that somehow people trust these organizations. Somehow people trust these organizations. So I don't know if Mr. Perry is still here. So I'm gonna go along his line of thinking. I'm gonna say, if I was the government, if I was the powers that be, and I have what it takes to make decisions, I would consider it to be in the best interest of our nation to work with the community-based organizations, because somehow people just trust them. I don't think there's any church that was at Pearson with a big, what are these things called? Banner saying, oh, come to Dominion Church, oh, come to Pilgrim Feast, oh, come. I don't think there was any church. I know that our church wasn't doing that, but somehow people came. The amount of phone calls that I get and the type of questions people ask me, sometimes I have to pause and think, do they know that they called a pastor, not a lawyer, not the prime minister? Do they know who is on this end of the phone? Or do they know that they didn't call the boss of Surgeon House? Do they know that they called just a regular pastor? But what I interpret from that is that people have this deep trust for these community organizations. So it is in the best interest of the government to establish, if it's not already there, a relationship and maintain and nourish that relationship. One of the ways to nourish that relationship is to actually fund these organizations. And we are not even asking for like big amounts of money, but just to get the sense from the government that the government acknowledges that these people actually they make a difference in the lives of the people that arrive in this land. And when we do that, then we are partners. We're not beggars. We had to do deputations to the city of Toronto to be reimbursed. And don't hear me wrong. If anybody here talks to the mayor, don't say, oh, that person is ungrateful. I'm actually extremely deeply grateful to the mayor of Toronto, Mayor Olivia Chow. Deeply grateful. I know, and I have many reasons to say what I'm saying. I know that she works with her heart when it comes to this matter. I have good reasons to make that kind of conclusions. But I have to say that it took us to the level of having to literally cry out to get a reimbursement. Now, a good working relationship would have taken this kind of process where when the people were moved to the different local churches and mosques and all these organizations, the city or the government, the three levels of government, the federal, the municipal, and the city, they would have just jumped to say, wow, there's this group that is trying to make a difference. Let's jump in, let's work with them, let's see what they need so that they can do a better job. But it took so long for us to get to where we are. I am grateful for where we are. I am looking forward to where we can go. So the role of community-based organizations such as churches cannot be overstated, because the people that arrive in the country, somehow they just have this innate trust to just go to these groups. So if there is a way to strengthen the relationship between the government and these community-based organizations, we are ultimately setting ourselves up to serve our people better, to serve these people that arrive to this beautiful country in a way that would leave a long-lasting experience for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your words remind me of a quote from Mariam Akabe, who's the daughter of an African immigrant from that lives in the United States. And she said, everything worth doing is done with other people. And I think that's such an important sort of framework for us as community members and neighbors and friends and colleagues to think about how nothing that can be achieved is done on your own, and that when the system failures, we keep each other safe. And that's a really important lesson, but we shouldn't also have to pay for keeping each other safe. The government should pay for that. So that's a big takeaway here. And I want to sort of move into some of the sort of work that has been happening, speaking of the city of Toronto with the Confronting Anti-Black Racism unit, or the CABR unit, out of the city of Toronto, a fantastic initiative that's really been instrumental in first, acknowledging and identifying the anti-Black racism epidemic at the city and in our systems and our policies, and then creating some strategies to integrate those across the city-run organizations and city-funded organizations. So I want to turn to Barry, the director for the Center for Advancing the Interests of Black People in Toronto Community Housing Corporation. So your center, Barry, is really focused on ensuring that the CABR, that Confronting Anti-Black Racism strategy, is integrated and implemented in community housing contexts. So I want to hear a bit about how TCHC addresses the specific experiences of anti-Black racism that are faced by Black immigrant and refugee communities, how that might be different from the anti-Black racism that's experienced by Black Canadians, and how the affordable housing sector could maybe follow suit to ensure that those types of approaches and strategies are integrated in other spaces.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Savannah, and thank you very much the rest of the panelists, but particularly to Pastor Eddie over here. You've been my hope over the last year. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm sitting here in a very emotional state because while I wasn't officially a refugee, I was kicked out of South Africa in 1975. Ended up working for Tropicana Community Services and building that organization in the 80s. Talking about new immigrant settlement services in those days, and talking to the immigrants who were arriving then and rephrasing the state that, listen, my good immigrant brother, you come from a society where you exist in mutual peril. Therefore, mutual aid works. When you come to Canada, mutual aid doesn't work because bureaucratic aid supersedes it. And when I was listening to these well-meaning bureaucrats like myself talk this morning and explain what you need to do to be a new immigrant, to get a job, to get housing, what forms to fill out. You need to go to goddamn university just to figure out how to fill out those forms. And then there's still how to eat. I'm going a bit off on a tangent because I'm trying to contain the fact that 50 years later, I don't think much has changed. In fact, when I got here in the early days and I would speak on a podium like that, I would often talk about my experience of living and surviving in South Africa and living and surviving in Canada and in Toronto is just about understanding the difference between in the belly of the beast apartheid and uptown sophisticated apartheid. Because this is what we have here. It's very uptown, it's very sophisticated. But as a South African who knows where the signs were when I was growing up, I can put the signs up in the city and show you where you can go, where you can't go. And you can go to Peter Street. You can go to Black churches. You can go to Black communities. You can go to your own community. But when you start going to other communities, last year this time, I was wishing all the African refugees were Ukrainian. That's the debilitating kind of progress that we look at now. But I'm here to talk about Toronto community housing and what we do for refugees. We do nothing for refugees. You cannot even apply to Toronto community housing if you are a refugee. We had a discussion in Toronto community housing about how we can do it, but we all know the housing crisis. It's a bigger problem that has nothing to do with the refugees arriving here. Let me just stay focused here. So Toronto Community Housing is the largest social housing provider in Canada, second largest in North America. We house 100,000 people approximately in 350 communities. Every refugee community, including Blacks, find their way into Toronto community at some stage. We need to know what's happening in the refugee community in order to better house our tenants. Simple, end of story. On another level, I can tell you a story of a man who right now is a minister in the Trudeau government who lived as an unauthorized occupant right here in Regent Park that I managed from 2010 to 2017. And he lived here, went to school down here, and became a lawyer, and is now a minister in the Trudeau government. So, I mean, it's obvious he's Black, right? So, I don't want to take up too much time, but what my job is in the center is I need to deal with the fact that in Toronto housing, 40% of our tenants, 40% of our tenants across Toronto community housing are Black. In the east, north of the 401, essentially, it's 56%. In the west, it's 70%. On our board, there's one Black, two Black people. At the executive leadership level in TCHE, there's one Black woman. At the management director level, out of 40 to 45 of us, there's 4 of us who are Black. When I got there 20 years ago, there was one of us. That was kind of me. And we look at the progress and say, yes, so now we get to the point where George Floyd is a big thing, and everybody has they come to Jesus moment once more, and we need to do something about anti-Black racism. And so we do it typically for politically correct reasons, not for the right reason or the wrong reason. And because we do it for politically correct reasons, and this is what happened in Toronto community housing, you give us a whole bunch of tasks to deal with, look at our policies, look at our processes, look at blah, 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 all of those kinds of stuff, but never really pointedly telling us, look at the people. Who is in the leadership position? Who's in the communities? Where do they live? And what do we need to do? My job through the center is to work through specific issues. Yeah. Morega is an old colleague, so he needs to know that he needs to help us from time to time because I have to help him from time to time. So we work together. We grew up together. We went to school together. We know the same, share the same people and experiences together. So our 8-point CABUS strategy in Toronto community housing is 1, addressing anti-Black racism and cultural redress. Number 2, healthy children, youth, and families. Number 3, meaningful economic opportunities, providing meaningful economic opportunities. 4, community-centered safety and wellness. Divesting in 5, divesting from police culture, which is a very big one for us. 6, decent and fair housing. 7, access to culturally responsive health and mental health services. And 8, uplifting social supports. We use that framework to first teach and educate our existing leaders to address the need that is on their table right now. Yesterday, we had one of those meetings where we were talking freely, and this particular topic came up. And we acknowledge, I said that there was about 100,000 people is the legal tenant population base of Toronto community housing. I gave you the example of the man who's now a minister. We estimate that we've got at least 130,000 people in TCHE now, undocumented. I lived in Toronto community housing when we were new immigrants here in 260 Chesterley up there. And I remember going to the airport and picking up Ethiopians and Eritreans and asking, where are you going to stay? Well, nowhere. Well, you got to come and stay in our basement, right? And it would be, come for a couple of days. And the next thing is 3 months, 4 months. And it wasn't once, it was 15, 20 times over a span of 5 or 6 years. That is still happening. That still needs to go on. But the fact of our nice, polite racism is what keeps us in the situation we are in. And people, I want to end on the note is that if nothing else, we need to know today in 2024 that racism is not a genetic predisposition. We are not born bigots. We learn that. We learn that very early in our lives. But the point is that because we learn that, it's learned behavior and therefore it can be unlearned. And when you compare it against other learned behaviors that I have had to encounter in the 50 years or so that I've been here, I think of the no smoking campaign. It didn't work with me, but it has worked very well with many, many, many thousands of people. When a campaign is applied with the right strategy, the right vision, the right mission, the right mandate, the right education, it changes people. This past weekend, we enjoyed the biggest pride parade in the continent of North America. 30 years ago, they were still imprisoning people in this city for that kind of behavior. Another point to understand that when learned behavior is effectively changed strategically and a community and a society embraces it, change happens. We are in this moment, as my friend before us talked about, in hope. Hope is feeling very hopeless right now, but it's all I've got to offer you. The other is that I am much more confident is in the resilience of us as Black people. While we might not always agree, we do know how to help each other in the context of raising a child in a village and knowing what the village is and what it takes to take and raise that child in that village, refugee or not.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna, you referenced your background of working with Mariga, so I am gonna go over to Mariga. I also wanna give Mariga an extra round of applause for finding his way here. There was some traffic issues and he made it, and we celebrate. we don't celebrate traffic in Toronto, but we celebrate making it through the Toronto traffic. So really happy to see you here, Mariga. Great, we got some applause for you. I do, Wood Green is one of the largest nonprofits. We heard a little bit from the government side, from the community housing. Want to talk a little bit about nonprofit housing, and Wood Green does not just do a bunch of multi-state service work, but also does development, also builds housing, which, as we mentioned at the beginning of this panel, the lack of access to housing is also a result of the financialization of the housing market, but the fact that there isn't enough brick and mortar actual physical housing. So Wood Green is doing a ton of work in building affordable, deeply affordable and supportive housing as well, as one of the largest multi-service agencies in the city. So I want to hear a bit about the history of the interventions within the context of refugee support services and how Wood Green has pivoted to meet the needs of African refugees in Toronto, and then maybe opportunities on the horizon to improve the affordable housing sector's opportunity to access housing for folks.
Thanks very much, Savannah. Can you proceed? Am I loud enough? Okay, good. Actually, Savannah is being really nice because what happened is there's actually 2 Regent streets in town. It's not even Regent Avenue and Regent Street. There's another one that's about 20 kilometers from here. So, and I made the mistake of you know how Barry was talking about bureaucrats and so on and so forth. I made a mistake of not trusting my instincts and going to my GPS. And that's where it took me. And it was somebody else's house, and I knew this was the wrong place. Anyway, I'm part of the reason I'm actually also wanting to say this is I found myself as I was now trying to trek back very quickly, tracing my own history as a refugee and an immigrant about 30 years ago, maybe slightly more than that. And I, at that point, one of the things that you learn is how to, how to get somewhere fast when you need to get somewhere fast, with all the traffic that there was. And I found myself, because I remember when I first came to Toronto that I lived in that part of the world. And so I know all the routes, how to get into town quick enough. And I had to go back into because I don't live in that area anymore. Anyway, I made it interesting for myself. I gave myself the challenge that I was going to make it here on time, even though I was going to be there half an hour early. So that was what was really helpful. I've worked in housing all my life here in Canada anyway. The first thing I just want to say, it's actually never been as bad as it is today, right? So it's not always been this bad. So that's number one. As a matter of fact, not just in the housing, the system's response to refugees and immigrants has also not been this bad. And it's very, very unfortunate that in fact it had to come to this. And I want to say, for me, it was just it was a very, very, very emotional experience to see on the news every day. And we're trying to do this, work with the city and advocate for this, how hard it was for us to get a response when 25 years ago, it wasn't that difficult. And we can talk about why that happened, and I'll speak to it towards the end. But let me start off with Wood Green. So Wood Green is a community organization that's been around here, around Toronto for the last 80 years. It is, by all standards, establishment. It has one of the biggest housing providers in the city of Toronto that is a community-based, but most of that housing, like Barry said, is not actually eligible for refugees. You kind of have to go through the waiting list and stuff like that. We are, in recent times, trying to make some adjustments, and I'll speak about some of those adjustments, which is an obligation that all of us have when we work for some of these organizations, to try and create the flexibility so that we can solve the kind of problem that the African community faced. So one of those areas, we also happen to be an organization that has employment services. It also has refugee and immigrant services. So we have sort of the one roof, all the services in one roof. And once you become our client, it's easy to get it's easier to get, interconnected with all those three aspects of what you need as a refugee to settle in one sort of umbrella. And I wish there was more organizations like that. So we've been around for 80 years, like I said. And in relation to refugees, I talked about being part of the settlement services that the feds continue to serve. One of the things that happened, I talked about, it has been better, is we used to have, as part of the federal immigrant infrastructure, community-based organizations. One of my first jobs when I finished university was to work for the Canadian African Newcomer Center of Toronto. And there was plenty others that existed as part of the infrastructure. Most of all those things were defunded. So we're talking about what happened in the 90s when there was a big number of African refugees, especially from the Horn. There was enough, the infrastructure was there within the African community that was already well connected to the bigger organizations like Wood Green, well connected to churches, mosques, and so on, so that it wasn't like having to assemble the infrastructure and the services once people can't come. And I'm just flagging that because maybe that's one of the things we need to talk about. So what have we done as Wood Green in the space of refugees? Well, in the housing part, we purchased some homes about 10 years ago, and most of those were used at that time for Syrian refugees. And the whole idea is we would provide housing for a short period, for about 2 years, allow people to settle in and then move out, and then we could use that as a cycling. We actually did that until we closed that facility 2-3 years ago, because there was no more refugee immigrants coming into the city, and the buildings got too old and we couldn't fix them. In addition to that, we up until a year ago talk about a really terrible coincidence. Up until 2 years ago, were one of the largest housing help providers in the city of Toronto. And so what we had as a housing help organization was a whole infrastructure of landlords and lists that are able to house people that were refugees. And unfortunately, that infrastructure also at the city level was dismantled, and it still exists as housing help centers, but that's one of the areas where we need to again tap into. I talked about the infrastructure of African organizations connected to the mainstream organizations. I've now also mentioned the whole notion of tapping into the housing help infrastructure so that it's there permanently. We've also, finally, in the development piece, gone into trying to do two things. One, when we develop new housing, we have also selected some portion of our pipeline of the housing we want to bring, and partnered with, in this particular case example I have, with an African organization, so that at the end of the process of that development, between Wood Green, if there is 50 of those units of 60, we'll split half of them, and the other half will be dedicated to African refugees coming from the Black African community and from that. And then finally, the city also has a new program called the acquisition program, multi-unit residential acquisition program, and we're doing the same thing. When we buy these units, these buildings from the private landlords that can no longer look after them, we make sure that when we negotiate funding with the city, half of that, half the number of units are also going to refugees. It just so happens that at this time, it's African refugees. So that's a quick sort of summary. I'm also the chair of an organization called Homeless Connect Toronto. Homeless Connect Toronto is a service connector agency. Last year, we had the largest, we had a very big, every year we have a large collection of agencies, service agencies, with refugees and homeless people. And last year in October, I believe we saw the largest number of African refugees coming to that event. And I hope that they were able in that way to connect. But what was amazing about it for us is that for the first time, the refugees from Africa also became part of the solution. They joined the volunteer pool that we did training, so that they were both receiving service but also giving back. And I think that was extremely moving from people. So the last thing I want to say is this problem hit the African community very hard. Next time it will be somebody else that's not Ukraine, that's not linked to the politics of global whatever. So the best thing that we can do is to think about fixing the policies and thinking about solving the policies with a lens to solving it for others. If we just do it for ourselves, we will not have the system impact that we want. We won't be able to reconstitute the infrastructure that I said used to be there. We won't be able to reconstitute the political support that we were able to get in those days. So it's sometimes easier in a system like this to teach them how to do something for others, including using examples of what has succeeded in the past. So I'll leave it there and give it to somebody else. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mariga. And you know, on top of the multi-unit residential acquisition fund, there's a national fund that is, we have money promised from the feds on more opportunities to buy, you know, house apartment buildings and preserve some rental stock in Toronto. So I'm sure that there'll be more opportunities to partner with organizations like Wood Green. For the last kind of portion of the time that we have today, I do want to move to Shernette, and I want to talk about accountability. Shernette and I had a bit of a chat before around their organization, Anchor. They've been a strong leader in the work of supporting settlement in the York region. And she mentioned to me, you know, there's a pretty stark difference in accountability that you notice between Toronto and the North. I think she said as soon as you cross over to the 905, is that the area code? As soon as you cross over to that other area code, the reality is much different than it is in Toronto. And so I want to talk a little bit and hear a little bit about accountability in the context of doing support work in York, in the York region. But I also, you know, your background in anti-racism education and confronting anti-Black racism at the community level. I also want to talk about accountability from the organizational perspective as well. And to your point, Barry, also, when you look at organizations across the city of Toronto, if you walk into a community meeting of executive directors in the city of Toronto of nonprofits, it's a pretty white room. It's still a pretty white room. And so I'm a white leader of an organization in Toronto. I'm not exempt from this. There's a lot of us. And so I want to also hear a bit about accountability from the perspective of, you know, what are organizations that are led by folks who aren't Black? What is the accountability that we can learn and the education that we can commit to dismantle the ways that we might uphold white supremacy just in the systems that we're leading? Not too big of a question, but you know.
That's fine. Thank you so much, Savannah. It's a pleasure to be on this panel with you, gentlemen. I'm learning a lot. I appreciate the invitation, Ali, to and your team, stakeholders, allies, supporters, funders. Just wanted to give you some honor this afternoon in terms of putting this together and all those that are beside you, behind you, around you that have made this happen. So thank you, Ali, and your team. So Savannah mentioned, my name is Shernette Martin, and I'm the ED for Anchor Canada. We work with everybody, but we're stationed in York Region. That is where we are, where we started, where we formed back in 2003. And I just want to take some space right now to remember my glorious mother, who's still with us. My father passed. My mother is 77 years old, strong. She came here as a refugee in the 1960s, was homeless, and would sleep on park benches in Earl Bales Park. And she came with the notion of having a job as a nanny from Jamaica. And when she came, the wife in the family unit said that the husband had to go away on a business trip and she wasn't comfortable having my mother start without the husband being back. And so for 3 weeks, she had to sleep on a park bench. And she came up with a friend of hers from Jamaica. They both had this nanny job waiting for them. And she would tell me stories of how they would take turns sleeping and being awake to make sure that both these women were safe. And after 3 weeks of doing that, she just said she just felt this this, I mean, I don't know what I would feel, but she just felt this hope. She thought, for these 3 weeks I've done this, my life is going to be better because of this. The struggle that I've had to endure, I'm going to make something of myself. And so she did get that job. She settled in. Years later, she sent for my father, my sisters, and I, and her other sisters and brothers. By the end of it, my mother had brought up probably 10 of 12 of her brothers and sisters from Jamaica to Canada. So I wanted to start with that because I think we all have those stories. We are all immigrants to this land. This land is not ours. And so we all come from a place where somebody came before us. And for those mothers who are here, who have left their children back home, and we know that's the reality, I want you to know that it's for a time. Those that want to bring up families, it's for a time. It will get better. And for those families who I've seen that have brought their children up, there is trauma in transition. And I want you to remember those children and to reach out to organizations that talk about mental health. We as a Black community don't really talk about that. We know we go to our pastors and our church leaders and our families, but this country's different. It's wired different. And so back home, when your neighbor, you could go and get food and get this and watch my kids, it's not wired that way here. So I encourage you to reach out to your children. Don't assume because they come home with a smile, they're okay. And like back home when your teacher was like an auntie, that's not the case here. The teacher does wrong. The teacher will treat your child differently. There is racism in that classroom. The mark that she got, she probably deserved higher. They did mismark that assignment. They will do these things in school. I'm a teacher, and I'm telling you, it will happen. So you need to uncover how your child's day is every single day and be there as a parent to make sure that their walk through education in this country is going to bring out the best and the brilliance in your children. So I want to just start with that for those that are here. So I want to start with something, and Savannah, you mentioned, yes, the accountability in York region and the inequity in York region. And there's a quote that I heard from somebody who said, "We can't change what we tolerate." And as a community, I think we've tolerated inequity and injustice and racism for too long. We've tolerated it because we are a resilient people. I think everybody in here, whatever country you come from, every African nation, you have faced unjust government, you have faced militarization, you have faced some of you genocide. You've come from that. So when you come to Canada and you see it and you weigh the differences, you're like, it's not so bad here. It's democratic, we're free. But we have to say to ourselves, are we gonna just tolerate the it's okay here? Or are we really going to fight for something better? Because we cannot continue to tolerate what we face in this country. When we saw on TV, like many of you did, what was happening on Peter Street, it broke me, completely broke me. I've been in this work for 30 years and I thought, what am I seeing? What am I seeing? The fact that it took so long, that's intolerable. That is not normal. That should not happen. We received from Peter Street about 200 plus asylum seekers who came from Toronto to York region. And I remember I got a call one day from the city of York or the region of York, somebody working in I think it was like policy and homelessness department. And they called our office and said, Shernette, did you know that we have asylum seekers in Vaughan? And I said, what are you talking about? No, I just see Toronto. We're helping the Toronto. She goes, no, they're here, just down the road from where I live. That same day I called the church, was Miracle Arena Church, and I said, my name is Shernette, this is what I do. Give me your address, I'm coming to see you. I came the same day. What I saw was intolerable. What I saw was intolerable. What I saw people using water to wash their clothes and hang it on rocks, intolerable. When I saw asylum seekers sleeping in portables, having to walk to the main church to have a shower where they only had 2 showers, and having to walk back to dress themselves, was intolerable. When I saw that they had no food and water supplies, no proper refrigeration, intolerable. And yet, a year later, the church is still doing that same work. We cannot accept this. In York Region, unlike Toronto, who is so blessed with Mayor Olivia Chow, who's fantastic, great organizations like the Front Anti-Black Racism, like the BRC, like the Secretariat, all of these groups that are here, it's difficult, but you have at least some allyship. In York Region, it seems like they want to hide the nasty truth that they have Black people that are seeking asylum. They don't want the politicians, they don't want to look at it, they don't want to see it. But yet, quick story, when the Ukrainian refugees came to Canada, and again, we're not here to weigh whose trauma is worse, who experienced what, but it's just truth. It's factual and it's truth. I remember getting all of this information from the agencies that work with us. Hey, Shunette, do you have anybody who has a basement to rent out? Do you have anybody who will take families in from Ukraine? Can you deliver food? And we did what we could. The same place where I'm from, where the Africans now are with us in York Region, they managed to get 1,700 jobs for Ukrainian refugees, 1,700 jobs at our local IKEA. They were trained, coached, mentored. The government told us to open our homes to bring in people to take care of them. They were new to our country. I went to do a deputation at regional council when this first started. And I remember asking, and I said, hey guys, remember a couple years ago when you said that you're gonna work with employment job services to create opportunities for the Ukrainians, and you got those 1,700 jobs at IKEA, and you guys mentored and coached them, and people were making like 6 figures within 6 months of coming to Canada? Hey, can we just do that for the Africans? I'm happy to go in and modify the program. I'll help. Can we do that? No response. The same IKEA that gave out mattresses and furniture and beds and children's cribs, I thought, well, they've done it before. They're going to do it again. I wrote a letter to the head of IKEA. I'm not saying that IKEA, but they did us wrong. I wrote a letter to our local office, our local IKEA in Vaughan, to our politicians who even signed the letter. The mayor put his name on the letter for me. Can we have some donations of mattresses, sir? No, they don't have any. We're not doing donations anymore. I could sit here for an hour and tell you all of the places that we went knocking on doors for water to be donated, furniture to be donated, mattresses to be donated, food to be donated, that we were told no. I could tell you for hours in York Region. So in terms of accountability and differences, it exists. And what I want to leave with you guys is this. Somebody in the front, when I first walked in, I saw a friend, and we're talking about, we have to pull it together as a community. The difference between us and everybody else is we don't work well together as Black people. And I said, that's hogwash. I don't accept that. I will not ever accept we don't work well together. Nonsense. Nonsense. We as a people do work well together. That is a narrative that we didn't start that narrative. We do work well together. It's just that you don't know me. You don't know there's a group in York doing this work. I don't know about your group in Hamilton. I don't know that you're in Durham already started this work. I don't know what you're doing over there. So all it's a matter is just coming together. That's all it is. It's coming together. It's coming together as a Black community and saying, how are we going to approach this crisis as one? How are we going to get the most amount of resources together as one? And it can be done. Because I'll tell you, sister, brother, all of you, you're family to me. I don't care what country you're from or what language you speak. We share a DNA. You are my family. We share a DNA. We are melanated people. You can knock at my door and say, my sister, I need something to eat. Will you come? Come and bring your family. I will feed you. That's how we were raised. Regardless of being from the Caribbean, my ancestors are African people. So my grandmother in Jamaica taught me the same stuff your grandparents taught you on the continent. What we learned is what you guys are already doing. The weddings, the ceremonies, honoring, all of these things, respecting our elders, education. That was learned from my grandmother who was taught by her grandmother and so on from back in Africa. I'm not just a Jamaican woman, I'm an African. I'm an African. And once we have that knowledge of self and community, we can go places. This crisis can be, I wouldn't say to stop all of the different things that are happening and the things we've gone through. We can all talk about all of the ills and things that went on. But this crisis could have been so much better discussed and challenged and put together and organized if we came together, if we knew who we were, if we pulled together as a community. The fact that it's 1 year almost to the date that I first saw those that came into Vaughan, and we're still feeding, clothing, trying to get water for people is intolerable. It needs to stop. So this, Ali, is the beginning of community togetherness. This is the beginning. I don't know if you're live streaming or you're posting, but this is a conference telling the policymakers, change makers, and funders that we need help and that we have seen how others have been treated, and we have experienced how our people have been treated, and we're not going to stand for it. We're not going to stand for it. So I leave you guys with a couple of things. Reach out to community organizations doing the work. Those of us that are in community trying to write grants and find money, if you are a grant writer or you know how to write these grants and where to go, help other people to do it. If you're organizing conferences or meetings or Zoom calls, bring people in. Let us not stay scattered into our little silos of what we're doing. Let us come as a community, because I promise you, just like how we saw buses leave Toronto to head to Ottawa to discuss anti-Semitism in this country, so too can we get buses going to Ottawa to discuss the asylum seekers crisis. Let's do that. Thank you so much.
But Shana, we didn't answer the question about white accountability that Savannah asked. And so I'm going to take it and give you my perspective, but everybody else, if you want to chime in, please do so. Number one, you mentioned the family thing. Yeah, you know, we're all related. If you want to do the math in the world, everybody's about 150th to 170th cousins. So what are we talking about when we talk about race? You are my sister. When we talk about dealing with race and addressing it, and black and white, listen, stand next to me, not in front of me or behind me. Allow me and us to articulate our pain and validate it. And together is the only way we are going to overcome racism.
Okay, I'm getting a time signal. And so I think we need to wrap up, but I do want to sort of hold a mirror up to this incredible, brilliant panel. Thank them all for the wisdom today. Yes. Today, we heard from Francisco, and we learned that people's needs aren't really all that different. What's different is the context. And the context, the political context of the day, makes the barriers that people experience, and we need to understand that and remember that. From Pastor Eddie, we learned the power in community, and he also reminded us that the experience of the African asylum seekers on Peter Street was not a result of the unexpected, and we cannot accept that narrative, and that we need to work together to respond to the needs of folks that are oppressed by our systems. And that the community organizations like the faith-based communities and the churches deserve funds to be able to do the care work that they do. We heard from Barry, who amplified his experiences in South Africa and shared some lessons that I loved this. Mutual peril creates mutual aid, but that the bureaucratic aid supersedes it. However, he also reminded us that, ironically, the bureaucratic systems continue to create barriers to accessing aid. So not only are they funneling the aid access to the bureaucracy, they're also creating systemic barriers. Refugees cannot even apply to some of the programs that would support their soft landing when they come to Canada, and that needs to change. We also heard Moriga, who reflected and recounted his journey here, not just in his car today, but also to through his career into Canada. And he highlighted the ways that Wood Green responds to meeting people where they're at. And that the holistic services that we heard about, the required holistic services to be brought under one roof, how Wood Green does that, and that people need to have supports brought to them where they're at in order to be successful, in order to feel supported, in order to feel cared about. And we heard from Shernette, who talked about accountability, the need to know each other, because when we know each other, we can break down the silos that keep us separated, that keep us from working in collaborative community with one another, and we can build a strong and effective advocacy effort. And we are always stronger together than we are apart. So I just want to, again, thank your wisdom. I'm grateful to Ali and Tony. I'm grateful to CB I'm grateful to Jan. I'm grateful to all of the folks who stayed a little after time today. I'm grateful to our incredible MC who kept reminding me of the time and I kept ignoring her. So thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and I look forward to working alongside you all moving forward.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all our panelists. You were wonderful. We learned a lot from all of you, and we learned that Berry and Mwariga, that you both played tennis when you were growing up. Yeah, that you grew up together. You beat him, of course. And we also got to know that we are family, so I'm at your house for dinner sometime next week. All righty. Well, a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Let's stand up. This is the end of it, but I'm going to request that we all take a picture. One picture, all of us here. How about that? Please, just one picture. All of us. Everybody stand up. We've been seated for a minute. So let's all come forward. We're going to take a picture with this amazing team. And everybody, please, with all the volunteers. It's very important that we document these things. They are not easy. It's not every day that I get to be in a room full of all of you. So it is my honor, and I'm grateful for all of you. It's been an absolute honor being your host this day, Gloria Gift Nankunda. If you can tune into radio this evening, I'll be live on radioregion.com as of the next 10 minutes. So a pleasure. Thank you for having me as well. Picture. Everybody come forward, please. Yes, some people can stay up there. Picture, everybody. I'll be the last one to join the picture. I'll be the last one to join the picture. Move backwards, move back. There's space. Let's move. Move together, come forward. March, everybody. Let's push back a little. Why don't join the podium for those? There are stairs over there to your right, to my right. Are you sure? All right, are we ready? You won't see me. How about this? CB Doc. Everybody CB Doc. Day one. Everybody say day one. Day one. Oh, some more people. Hey, please, don't miss out this.
We are the voice.
We are the voice.
We are the action.
We are the action.
We are the ideas.
We are the ideas.
See you tomorrow.
Before you leave, we have a surprise performance from a Grammy Award nominee. I know. It's been a pleasure. Have the beautiful rest of the evening. Where are you?